Jo. Warlock login. Oh wait, that's in April. How's everyone doing? Hi, Blue Mouse Shoe. Evangelion, Crucible, Mulder, Painlow, Holy Ghost, Flint. New season is only 45 days long. Actually, it shouldn't be like 48. But yeah, anyway, it's kind of short here. Enjoying the season of DDoS. Yeah, I heard that the servers are kind of fucked. Oof. What is the dev interview? Yeah, so this is my interview I had in January with Saban. I have it like currently uploaded on YouTube as a private video, and I want to watch it together with everyone later when I publish it. I actually don't really remember like all the details anymore, so it's kind of nice for me as well to understand what they actually were talking about and so on. Because there were like a few juicy details in there, and yeah, we're gonna just kind of watch it together. Basically, my interview. I had this like it was like 5 weeks ago. And I got footage lately and stuff like that, so yeah, we're uploading it to YouTube. So that's gonna be cool. I think before that we're gonna do a bit more planaring. Planarino. How about we do some Divine Javelin for the Pala? Let's see. So yesterday I did Shield of Attribution and Aura Den, so these two builds are like perfectly ready basically. Which were also like the most effort. And let's see this, yeah. Ding, 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 ding. One, two, three, four. No, okay, pretty simple. You get to see a new place, as another bit talked about. I mean, Skovos. I have not seen anything about Skovos. There's just like some, you know, like art and some stuff like that that you can see, but there's nothing really like in-game. And when we played this here, this was actually Nahanto. You see this is like Nahanto in like the expansion 1 area basically. So there was nothing there with like campaign or anything. It's like PBE. This was not like a public test, what's it called? Public beta environment, right? This was just like a play test, basically like a demo. So this was like a level 40 character, you couldn't level, there was no loot and stuff like that. And we just kind of like running around playing the Warlock a bit. This was for like a few hours basically. Like a press event. But yeah, we got to play like the Warlock and try a lot of stuff. We'll go more into Warlock stuff later because I want to make a bunch of videos about it as well and like, cook a little bit and so on. But yeah, first, let's do this. We can do berserking on all of these. And hunger items here. Okay, the question is, do we change anything else? So this has Disciple, Condemn, Arbiter Duration, Divine Land Size, Arbiter Duration. I don't think I'm really gonna change that much. Let me double check if there's like any other changes here with the Paladin. Bug fixes. I guess there's one thing which is like the Wolves. It triggers like the Quacks a little bit less often now, but it should still be fine. Yeah. I guess there's a question of Preacher. Do we run Preacher? We have 120%. Actually, I have way too much here. Glow, swing, ring. I have too much attack speed. Like, way too much. Does it have life and hit somewhere? Let's put life and hit here. Okay, and then we have still too much attack speed. So I can remove this as well. But there's not much else to put there, actually. There's like additive. More life and hit, one we don't need. Any other attacks we can remove? Not really. Strength is already there. I guess you can put life here. How's a crit? That is fine. Okay. We do life instead on the glove. But I want to do cooldown instead here, actually, on the starter glove. And then life and hit here. Okay, something like that, I think. Morning, Windmall. Hi, Zeb. Was there any big changes, or is Pally still GOAT? Pally is still the best class, but there were definitely quite some changes. They fixed a lot of bugs. They changed Castle. They changed Preacher. They changed Oradin, how it works, and they fixed like the phone stuff. So a lot of the builds actually are a bit different now and generally weaker. So Paladin is a bit more like balanced now with the other classes. Yeah, it took me like quite a while actually yesterday to update Shield of Retribution and Oradin. So these are like the kind of top two builds basically. And there were definitely some adjustments there. I'm thinking if I should actually change the preacher node here to something else. This has 126%. It's an 82% multi. It's definitely a bit on the weaker side, I guess. But maybe I'll keep it anyway. Because it just caps out the attack speed so easily like this. There's how much attack speed on this board? There's 24 and 30. It's like 40% attack speed, man. That's a lot of attack speed. I'm not sure how I should get that. And you can put like attack speed here and here. Remove the life, maybe. What could we do? Not this, not this. I guess this will be like a beacon angle or an endure angle. This is holy damage. We could think about changing that to this Paragon board. I'm gonna try to make this and see. New variant. We don't judge, so it must be this or this. Endure could be interesting. I never put Endure in any build so far. And there's also block chance here, but this is 10. This is 16% block chance, which is not enough to get rid of On Guard, right? We still need On Guard. If 104, you'll be at 120. And then 95, yeah, so we need On Guard. There's like no way around it, basically. Resplendence there. Lots of int on this one. And Resplendence is not something we want to put there. There's cooldown. How's our cooldown anyway? 63. There's physical damage, thorns, so you don't really want this. That's 49 will. Here's 64 will. So okay, I think the plan is we do this. 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 And this. So let's try this basically. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, okay, we're gonna go this way. Interestingly, it just doesn't matter. 1 point left. Nice. I wanna get this one. Okay. So let's see, that's actually... Maybe this is actually the way. So how's our attack speed now? Attack speed is 56%, oh boy. So now we definitely have to do this. Right. Let's just make a copy of the entire thing, I suppose. It's gonna be easier. So... And I suppose we have to like amp it up a bit with the attack speed here. It's not even enough. 81%, so we also need like attack speed here, I guess. Okay, let's see, explosion damage, 5, 7, 8. 1, 2, okay, something is missing there. I guess Endure is not active. It probably doesn't calculate, huh? Yeah, Endure doesn't calculate here. Breacher. Yeah, Breacher calculates. So here we have 500 without Breacher. And then 1.2. Which is actually inaccurate. So this should be, we said 82%, right? So it has less before, and it gets less than this, because this is 90, and it starts at 5, 7, 8. That's quite a difference, actually. 20%. Yeah, this might actually be better with Endure. Aha. Now it calculates. Okay, how's our life and our toughness? 6, 8, 9. I mean, there's quite a lot of less toughness, to be fair. Guys gave her 2 life rolls. 11.5k. 17k life, man. That's a lot of fucking life. You have to like a hit there. Also a bit of the resource and the quacks. Actually, I have Nago and Vex. Sure. Okay, so how is Endure versus Beacon? There's max faith, we don't want that. There's damage. That is the same as this. There's rest and life. There's life and healing received, so this is better. And there's life and healing. Dude, there's 2 times life and healing received, actually. Kind of nutty. 2 big life nodes. Here's a small life, here's a small life. So there's 2 big life and here's 2 small life. Then there's this crit and attack speed, that's relatively nice. There's a bit of damage. And a bit of damage, so that's kind of like that. Like a hit is relatively useless, kind of similar to this. There's block chance that we don't need, actually. And damage. I think Endure is better. The only advantage of Beacon is we get block chance. And then we can not go for the GA and the masterwork here, but realistically it doesn't really matter. Okay, we have to fix the fortified, alright, we need renewal. We want to get some point there. 1, 2. Ding ding. I think I'm gonna do this. What about dizzying blow? We have the wolves. Wow. It's tough. I wanna get 3 points there, but... We have like all the stuff. We have discipline. We have righteousness. We have to put the points here. Shit. That's actually one thing we can do, which is we can get to fortify here. If we just pass the Holy Light Aura sometimes, and then we can do this. And then we're kind of chilling, actually. Yeah, there's like 2 ways to get fortified. One is the blocking, and one is the Holy Light Aura. And we actually have the Holy Light Aura in this build. So let's just do that. Yeah, which one did I just update? This one. One starter. This probably looks a bit different as well. We don't have Holy Light Aura here. We have ready. And I'm not sure if I really want to do this anymore. Seriously, Sam Lum. How about no, and we just do the same setup? Do we just change it? Do we change anything? Disciple skill. Costs 25 faith though, it's a lot. Don't have consecration either. I think we do this anyway, to be honest. There's basically a difference. Here's the Holy Bolt we use as a generator a little bit. Okay, we have penitent aspect here, we can't do that. Ah, fine. Maybe it's not gonna rally anyway. We have Virtues as well. We have Virtues. Okay. We have Hail Self. So let's do this actually. More healing received. Okay. Ugh. This cooking costs more cucumber. Dude, that would be amazing right now, actually. It's kind of interesting to think about, like, you know, what they're gonna change about some of the Paladin builds. And actually, it seems like they did a pretty good job with, like, making some of the other Paragon boards more viable and some, you know, opening up a few of the options and stuff. So that's kind of nice. How hard is a Paladin nerf from 1 to 10? It's a very big nerf, but it's still a very soft fall, you know? So don't worry about it. Like, the thing is that, you know, the pit scaling is so crazy that you're not even gonna notice, like, a huge difference in the tiers that you can do. Like, you know, like, Paladin was nerfed by, like, I don't know, ×7 or something. And, you know, you go down, like, 10 pit tiers. You know, it's like, whatever, basically. Instead of 130, you're gonna do 120 now. So... you know, it's just gonna, like, completely phrase roll the entire game, I guess, from, like, you know, the start, but that's about it, I guess. Will Warlock be in Season 12? No, Warlock is Season 13. Either Hamilton or the Lance. Lance is really fun. Yeah, I'm updating Divine Javelin right now, which is like the ranged version. We have actually two guides. We have like the Divine Lance guide, which is like the melee one. And we have the Javelin, which is the ranged one. I really like the ranged one, actually. I've played this quite a lot in Season 11. You don't play Season 12 because you see no value in it. You don't want to be Butcher. Like, for me, it's just like a nice opportunity to play some of the builds that, you know, I haven't played in a long time or almost ever, basically. Just, you know, not every build I've played on Paladin. Wing Strikes is something I'll do. 6 weeks. How long do you usually play a Diablo season, Jirai? Survival Shield Charge build for Season 12? Shield Charge has caught up a little bit to the other builds, yeah. We have a guide for it on Maxroll. It's actually my guide. And, you know, like, some of the other Paladins have slowed down a little bit and lost more than Shield Charge. Shield Charge didn't actually lose that much. So it's kind of closer to the other builds. Maybe I'll play it a bit. It's kind of chill. You hold on Shield Charge, you press Clash every 6 seconds, and that's it. When can we expect a Season 12 tier list? Probably tomorrow. Rangeland seems different. Yeah, Rangelands is very interesting. I can show you a little bit what it looks like if you want. We have the footage. So when I played it, Tower Javelin 117. Okay, that's like a push, I think. This was when the tower came out. I took my Javelin guy. This was actually a pretty good build. This was like not sanctified, or almost not sanctified. And I think I cleared 117 of that, and then with sanctification, it would have been like 125 or something. But yeah, kind of fun build. In pushing, it doesn't really show as much because, you know, you kind of just like make a pull and then blast it down with the AoE. But while farming it looks a bit better. I'm not sure if I have some farming footage of this. Yeah, here actually. Divine Javelin 95s. So that's what it looks like when you play it normally. It's very fun because of the like ranged playstyle and how you can like shotgun packs. I really like this build. Gives you like a bit of the rogue fix, you know? Like pen shot sucks right now, you can play this instead. You wanna play D4 in the coming season, but don't wanna get burned out before expansion. I think no matter what, you're probably gonna be excited enough for the expansion. Maybe just don't overdo it. You know, it's considered pushing out. It's like not, it's not the meta build or something, you know, Divine Javelin, but it's really strong actually. I'm not sure if I played this on the season 12 PTR, but I think this should have no issue at all with like, you know, tone 5 lab bosses and stuff like that. So this was definitely one of the stronger builds on the class. But I don't actually have PTR footage. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, you're cruising here 2 minutes for this 95, for example, so. I did some leveling, Divine Javelin leveling on the PTR. So this is on expert difficulty. Wait, this is shield charge. Someone was just asking about shield charge. What gear do I have here? Wait, I have like nothing. I never got my oath. This was even without Juggernaut oath, as it is. Ah, let's close the inventory so fast. What do I have there? I have some glove. Okay, I'm not sure what a glove is though. But yeah, shield charge is also kind of going strong here. The good thing about shield charge is it just gives like this giga movement speed. You have like kept movement speed when you shield charge. So it kind of just makes you feel fast from the start. It's kind of neat. But it's a bit clunky early on because you don't have 100% retribution chance from the start. So sometimes you just charge into a pack and you just don't get a proc. Unless there's like a really large pack. But if you just kind of like, you know, charge through like the big packs and maybe don't fight like every single elite or something, then it's kind of nice. Okay, that's me trying Shield Bash now instead. Hellbound too tanky for sure. Okay, here's hard difficulty, Divine Javelin. He's brandished to like, do ranged. And then the hammer. I think hammer is still better. Okay, so we shortcut a little bit to level 24. This is what difficulty now? Hard difficulty still. Yeah, the problem is like in early levels you don't really have like a lot of mobility, and then you can't necessarily position yourself so that you actually hit with the explosion on the Javelin. Like here, like this guy's too close and I can't actually hit him with the explosion. To play hardcore, yes. But yeah, anyway, enough of this for now. Is it an overall tier list or hardcore tier list? There's no hardcore tier list on Maxroll. So Paladin's still over the top and like 50 times stronger than Crackle Orb Sork? No. Crackle Sork is relatively unchanged, so that will probably be like maybe the #1 build of the season actually, I guess. Or I don't know, at least top 3, I guess. Does a Warlock have many abilities? Kind of. There's like one version of Drag Claws, which is like a core skill that's like a AoE around you. And then like the Doom basic skill is kinda melee, I guess. Or like very short range. And then Hellion is basically a melee skill. There's like a melee skill when you transform into demon form. There's like a jump, I guess. Yeah, a little bit of melee action going on there. But it's not like the D2 Warlock. D2 Warlock has definitely a lot more like weapon-based skills and so on, which is not really the thing here. They nerfed Ordin so hard. No. I actually just recorded my video for Ordin. I mean, it's still like basically the best build, I think. Yeah, it's like Crackle, Aura. It's kind of close, I would say. The season will have SSF, as I said, on April expansion. They didn't say when SSF is coming, they just said that they're working on it. Hi, Sendefta. Okay, let's see if you want to do any other changes here. I guess I have to fix the paragons. We have to make the 250 and 200. Okay. Let's go. Ding, 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 ding. Yo, Mr. Magus. Thank you for the 2 years, man. Already just walking through pit 100 without clicking buttons was too OP. Yeah, so now you actually have to click buttons sometimes, at least. So they made Audit like a bit more of an active playstyle, which is kind of nice, I think. So it's like a bit more interesting and stuff. Give like one random like healing received point, I guess. Okay. Okay, need 4 more points. Ding, ding, ding. Maybe I can take out this entire thing there. Oops. You need a lot of attack speed now. Everyone hates strength for attack speed. I wonder if it's gonna be too squishy actually. Maybe it's fine. Maybe we're gonna remove some. Oh, this only has an attack speed actually. Okay. They fixed the bug where Aspect of the Disciple didn't work. Which is quite a toughness loss. But the other hand, they get a weaken on everything all the time, which is kind of nice. It's 18 crit chance and 45% damage. Because we'll barely have this on anything because it's only from Fanaticism Aura. Okay, actually Consecration also has it, right? Maybe it's fine. Maybe we're gonna keep Indomitable then. With Consecration in the build. I think this is okay. We have 104% block. It's actually too much, I just realized. Can take these off. But it's nothing to take actually, right? So I guess just keep it. Like you have everything. We don't need that. I guess here's one armor node. And that's technically this, but it's like only a bit of crowd control and physical doesn't even work. 3% healing. I'm gonna play Order for one more season before the massive changes drop. It's gonna be fun to visit the Order classes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I updated Order, not on Maxroll yet, but I made the planner and I made a video that will be live later. So Order is with Standard Knight now. And you press the auras to get Consecration and so on. It's really good still. What's the actual replacement this season for Sanctification? In this season, nothing. It's gonna be an expansion though. We're gonna get these bloodied item effects here. I don't have them in our planner yet because they didn't add the, like, we can't have the new mods yet. Here's some on the jewelry, but yeah, the one that matters is not here yet. This is only the patch notes right now. But on Monday we'll get the patch preload and then we can add it. Yeah, I'll season start a Paladin again, I guess. But I will not season start Shield of Retribution this time. I will do Wing Strikes, I think. Wing Strikes into... yeah, the thing is I want to do like, you know, rank 1 pushing like every day, I guess. Since we have the tower from day 1, I think it will be very fun to do like, you know, every day at the end of the day we're gonna get rank 1 and then, you know, next day again and next day again and so on. And push it higher and higher basically. That'll be fun. But yeah, for this I will have to make like a Shield of Retribution. And I guess we'll see what happens with off this side and so on. This might be a bit of a struggle with like min-maxing with Masterwork and so on. The killstreak items don't really appeal to me. Yeah, I also don't care too much about the killstreak stuff to be fair, but it's just gonna be a fun season, I think. What do I think about the new expansion 44? Is it good? Yes, log in. Rogue build today. I need to double check. So I will play Death Trap on the PTR, but I might leave the Death Trap cooking to Eva and then just like, you know, take his planner basically. I'm not sure if there's really any changes though on Death Trap anyway. Probably not. So this should be pretty straightforward. It's mostly Paladin that changes, you know, like a lot of Paladin builds changed a little bit, more or less. Because, you know, so one big change is, you know, Fortify now doesn't happen automatically anymore from the season theme. We had the season theme for that with the Belial thing. So now you have to get either Renewal or the Holy Light Aura. Is there any other source of Fortify actually? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, there's actually no Fortify, right? So it's this, that's it. I guess there's technically Hail Self that you can do if you're really desperate. Some Paladin builds were on Arcadia now. So that's the thing, I guess. But, yeah. Okay, let's see what else we can update here. So we've done Javelin, Origin, Shield of Retribution. Quill Volley is actually something I should do at some point. Although I don't think everything changes. We should check out though what happens with the bloodied items, I guess. Sank push is gone. Sank copy is gone. Okay. Okay. So let's start with this here, I guess. And I guess he is just gonna be berserking. It's like the same thing everywhere. I mean, some of this cooldown reset stuff could be kind of interesting on some builds. But I don't think we care about this build here with cooldowns because you have Prodigy's Tempo. Okay, so besides this, Adaptability, Unyielding, Midnight, Temerity, Emissary. Gain Berserker for 8 seconds. Wait, is that real? Is it actually 8? Damn. 8 seconds is a lot. Okay, there is maybe potential for the new neck, but probably not really because he's gonna die. It is like the whole design of passive buffs that build up and drops off, so you have it 99% of the time, but priority causes weird deaths out of nowhere. I mean, the bloody killstreak effects, they're not really like giving you defense necessarily. There's actually one where you get like life or something, but you don't really care about it, I think. And your generally is gonna like it's gonna be like kind of like a nice boost early in game where you get like resource, attack speed, move speed, cooldown, and so on. And then at some point you kind of like just solve all these things anyway. And then it's just like okay, a bit of like main stat basically. So it's not such a huge deal, I think. New season's on Wednesday, Sin Man, and then the next one will be April 28th. Okay, so besides this, do I want to do any other changes here on the quill volley? No, I should actually check how much resource cost reduction we have though. We have 53 with left ring, amulet, and resourcefulness. Okay, we don't actually have a starless here. Okay, use this cost reduction per kill streak to increase from 6 to 10%. So we'll need 50% to cap out. That's actually, I think we have to put at least 2 items of resource cost reduction here to make this like somewhat good. Like on the Capeleka builds, this resource cost reduction is an insane damage modifier. That's like the by far biggest benefit of any builds in the game, I think, in next season. So you're gonna be really feeling the ramp there. Like just from like 1 or 2 of these mods, you're gonna go to like double damage. I think I'm gonna put 2. Can put it on a starter as well, because why not? Gonna feel kinda nice. So when it's like 10, we get like 10 and 10, 10 and 10. So I think at tier 3 kill streak, which is I think 250 plus kills. So this should be like roughly like a third through a pit run or something like that. You should be capping out. I think that's kind of fine. Warlock's in expansion, yes, Rob. Expansion drops on your birthday, nice. Dude, 167k toughness, yikes, man. Just Spiritborn things. Okay. Boah. We only have GA life there. We're not capped on attack speed. We actually want to do an attack speed one as well, I suppose. Maybe gonna like a crit and a movement. Yo, Dini. Yo, thanks for 2 years, man. What now? Oh no. What do you plan? Because they have resource, attack speed. But I think the others probably don't matter. Life on hit, like a hit. Movement, don't think we need that. Cooldown, crit. I think it should be movement capped, right? Helm, boots. We actually want to do a movement. And then the life. Okay, we're actually not going to put the main stat one at all, I think. I'm going to put it live. I think so. Ability doesn't really go above 3 on this one, to be honest. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Actually, okay, what is the benchmark we have for bossing? I'm not sure if I can do this. Do I have footage from Quill Valley? Did I play this? On the PTR, Capillacca builds, here we go. Let's see this a little bit. So here's Crushing Hand, did do Quill. Here's Payback, here's Rake. Okay, here's Quill, let's see this. I might move it down one on bossing actually for the season. Okay, so he's going to meta in tower and pit pushing. Yes. Like, typical builds will get something like 50% extra damage towards the end of a tower run, I guess. Plus a little bit of defense, and you also get some other stuff like berserking from like every so often when you kill stuff. So potentially you might even want to time certain kills to get the buff in the right moment. Or like a cooldown reset in the right moment is also a thing. Deep back in the world of the Division. Enjoy Division, Dini. Yeah, we had like the Warlock news drop the other day. I also had an interview when I was there in January with Savan that I wanna watch to get out of the stream. So we're gonna do that soon. Because it's been like 1.5 months now, I actually don't exactly remember all this stuff. And it's gonna be nice. Yeah, I was like looking at Warlock stuff and now like Season 12 stuff as well. We have our Maxroll meeting in a few hours, so I want to make sure I have like most of my guides ready by then. Hey, cautiously optimistic about sets in D4. Sets kill T3 for me. Yeah, like in D3, they just kind of like build around the sets in the end. And I guess we want to avoid that in the future. Okay, here comes Harbingers then, T5, let's see. It's gonna be rough though. I think you probably just don't have the defense. So I have a Jar rune here, which is not the right rune to have. This should be like a mod rune or something. That would make me a lot tankier. Okay, damage actually good. It's actually melting. It's not like instant, but it's good enough, I guess. But yeah, some bosses you might actually have phases, like this one here. I actually went into a phase. So on Harbinger in particular, oof. And out of fort. Okay. Okay, let's see a Relentless Butcher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is fine. Quirrell is fine, actually. And this is like not at full power, actually, because I have the Jar rune and stuff like that. And I think I also didn't have any bloodied affixes here. Okay, let me see. So maybe I'm gonna keep the 4 on bossing. Ignija, Poxan. Maybe it's gonna make like a bossing. And then we do mod. I mean, could do more damage if you wanted. What would be Ohm? Yeah, I think mod is gonna be nice, just so like you're kind of chilling. But that's the only change. Push has Ahu Quacks. We could do Ahu Quacks as well, I guess. What PoE build do I play? I haven't really looked too much into the builds, Nightmares. I heard Kinetic Fusilade, that was pretty good. That was something I was considering. Okay, I guess we don't need Scourge for bossing as well. So I could change that. To what though? I just have nothing really to take. So maybe keep it anyways, I have to lifesteal there. We need new skill trees, guys. How about some new skill trees? Anyone? Incinerated Withering Fist. I mean, this is actually not the worst idea. It's 20% less damage. You just punch him once. Not the worst idea, I think, actually. We get loot first on Tuesday. No, this is expansion. How many gorillas do I have on the bar? 2. So I guess I can put the 2 points there. Yeah, starter actually does have Rock Splitter. Increase the block chance by 35%, only block again 11 vigor. And that is probably better than the Withering Fist stuff. Gives resolve. Okay. It's like a difference here between Ancestral and Mythic. Doesn't seem so. Okay. But we're gonna move these two over here. Oh wait, this is actually one too much. We don't need two. We don't need one these days. So we get 1 point. There's knockdown, but they have knockdown anyway from Paragons, I think. We have revealing, so we don't need that. Unstoppable. While it's nearby, you are unstoppable. Okay, we don't need that point. Can just do this. Okay. Yeah, I think that's kind of neat, actually. Okay, this was simple. I guess the new skill trees are meant to de-emphasize skill gear, since 15 is the new 5. Well, it's 12 ranks actually, not 15. But yeah, it does devalue skill ranks on gear. But I mean, you know, they're changing gear as well, right? So maybe they're gonna have more ranks on gear later or some shit, so... Nah, I would prefer if they don't give us more ranks on gear. Yeah, I think it's fine to devalue skill ranks on gear a little bit, since they are generally kind of like way more powerful than other affixes. Default's getting new filters. Yeah, any expansion Anonymous next month. We get a new class, new filters, new continent, new campaign. Whole revamped like endgame. We're getting the cube to craft. Is there no mythics now until Warlock drops? There are mythics, yeah. But they're not gonna be as plentiful in Season 12 as they were in Season 11. Like in Season 11 there was just raining from the sky, right? And that's not gonna happen now, I guess. So you have to work a little bit for them, I guess. I might play some Quill Volley actually, or maybe some other Caprica builds, since they're gonna be kind of powerful, I think, in this season. Some Spareborn before the expansion. Not sure if it's gonna be Quill or Crushing Hand. Maybe Crushing Hand. I did Crushing Hand as my first one here, right? Let's see how a Butcher goes here. Interestingly, this seems longer than on Quill. On Quill, I was actually melting this guy. But I think once it's like a bit more min-max, Crushing Hand is usually stronger than Quill these days. By a little bit. Did it do Rake? Here's Rake and Horde, let's see. Okay, I guess single target on Quill is just kinda good. Yeah, this bush is melting. And more min-max, you're probably going to do this like twice as fast or something. Alright. You're taking a break in Season 12 to No Life Crimson Desert. Alright, enjoy. Moving level grinding a lot away from bosses is going to make mythics a lot less common. Yeah, true. Bosses is usually like the main way to get them. But, yeah, it has not really been such a problem, I think. Like, the T5 bosses, that would probably have some, increased chance of mythics or something like that as well, I imagine. Or, like, maybe even the T5 Nightmare Dungeons and so on. I could imagine that it kind of like sprinkled in a bit of, like, mythic drops in some places. But, yeah, we don't know exactly, so we'll see. Alright, what else do we update? Then Quill, Javelin, Aura, Retribution. Okay, Shield Charge, Brandish. I think Advance. I'm not sure if I'm gonna update that. Maybe we're gonna remove Advance. It's like kind of a niche build and not really that crazy now, I think. Maybe we're gonna nuke that. Any Advance enjoyers in chat? Shield Charge, though, we have to do something then. No, we don't need Sanctified Copy, actually. New season's on Wednesday. Wednesday, actually. Save this. Save. Okay, so what changes? I guess you have to fix the... Okay, there's actually a bunch of stuff to fix, yeah. It's like the same stuff as in Shade of Retribution. We do Thorns and Thistles. There's be some Thorns. Here also needs to be some Thorns. Here needs to be some Thorns. Okay. He needs to be more thorns as well. We have to do something about on guard as well, I think. I think this is probably like a triple on guard angle. I need to check the Paragon Stone for that. Okay, let's see. So Castle will stay. Relentless will stay, I guess. Preacher probably goes. And Shield Bearer. Okay, so what can we do? There's Endure, but this is Holy. No, no, no. So there's only Beacon left other than that. Which does have extra block. Will it have enough though? I guess yes. And actually, I might do the same as Shield of Retribution. No, Shield of Retribution I think I removed. Relentless actually. Let me see that. Wait, this was only for push, I believe. Okay. Shield Bearer, Preacher. So we kept Preacher. There's no crit on either of those two shields. You have the one thing there. Fuck what? So we need the one there. We have Fortress. We have 149% block chance. Wait a second. So now we need maximum resolve stacks. So what if I just do double maximum resolve stacks? We do this. And we do this. And now my block chance is 104. With Clash up. Now here's the thing actually, I don't need all this attack speed, like at all for anything. I can even drop Starless Skies potentially, I think. Or maybe I keep it. What do you have here? Utmost Glory. Yeah, Starless Skies might just be better. But this ring has attack speed. The gloves have attack speeds. Like both these are relatively useless. If we drop Preacher, we don't need all this attack speed, I think. I think I have to make a new board here. And then this gets Beacon. And then we can actually be block capped without Clash up, which is kind of nice as well. Then we take out Honed. I can put Sentinel. Spirit, Outmatch. Yeah, actually I think it's gonna be the same board as this one then, right? Now here we have Preacher and not Relentless. Question is why? Because it just wouldn't get the attack speed, I guess. Okay, I think there's a way here, so let's do this. Okay, our block chance is now 119, so we are actually overcapped. Even with on guard down, we are capped. So that's very neat. Can I remove any block? 1, 2. Oh. Okay. And now we can do this. One point left. Can get a random armor, I guess. Okay, I kind of like this Paragon board, actually. This is neat. Get a castle. We are block capped without anything. Fortress. We have 71 cooldown reduction. There's resource. I can do this. I don't need attack speed anymore. Can do life and chill. And the same here. I might play some shield charging as well, actually. So he already has life, actually. Can we do strength? Okay. I don't think there's fawns on boots, right? No. So double life on ATM. Do you have crit chance somewhere? No. We just have crit chance, I guess. Let's just do this, I guess. Wait, there's 29 fawns that can roll on shield. And here this is 8 fawns. What the fuck? Then 116, 329. Interesting. There's like a different number. Let's put some fawns then. I'm not sure that's actually accurate, but I guess it is. It says item power 1 to 589. I'm not sure if you can get 29 thorns on like a level 1 shield. I don't remember seeing that. But I'm just gonna put it anyway. Warlock won't be coming until release. Yeah, this is next month. My dream for new skill is that one skill won't do 95% of my damage anymore at endgame. Yeah, that would be nice. It's very fun while leveling when you have like multiple things. I mean, it's fine that, you know, there's like many builds where it's just like, okay, one thing does the damage and that's okay, you know? You have like some sort of build up around it or some supporting skills that just, you know, help out. Like Shield of Retribution, for example, right? I think this is a build where it's like, okay, it's fine, you know? But yeah, like it would be nice to like, you know, play a barb, leap in, something dies, you ground some stuff together, the elite loses like a quarter of its life, and then you whack him with Hoda, ding ding, right? And then you like, I don't know, Steel Grasp the pack in, it already loses a bit of life, and so on, right? So I definitely want to see this stuff. Where in the patch notes were the new bloody affix for Jury mentioned that are in default planner? Nowhere, they don't exist. So don't put them. Yeah, its thing is fine for both like just support skills to buff you and for like you know, like other stuff to actually be impactful, right? Not every build needs to have multiple skills that do damage, I think. That's fine. But yeah, if we're talking about these bloody affixes here, so they don't exist. All this like with the +1 to kill streak stuff here does not exist. So only the extra loot exists. This here. Okay, I guess we do berserking. What about the cooldown reset, actually? Nah, we do berserking. Berserking on every build, I guess. And then the main stat one is not on planner yet. So this is there like any other I would like to put here? I guess for leveling, I could do like a resource. Maybe double resource even. And then something like crit. Double crit maybe. And there's life on hit, which is not terrible. Cooldown, which is not terrible. I can put something on shield still. So I could do another crit. I'm just gonna put a cooldown, because why not? Okay, starter. It wouldn't hurt to have some cooldown there as well, I guess. Crit is also still kind of down bad. Knife on hit doesn't hurt either. But yeah, okay, maybe like all of them resource as well. It's gonna put the same stuff on the starter, I guess. Okay, I'm done here, Ancestor. I think at this point, once we have the runes and all the things, we're probably okay. Maybe we're gonna do double resource just to make it comfy. And then main start, main start, main start, main start, I guess, at this point. This has actually way too much cooldown. There's God Slayer. Okay, the question is, how do I trigger the God Slayer here? Stun, freeze, or immobilize? I'm not sure if I'm doing any of that, actually. Defiance Aura doesn't stun. This doesn't stun. We have Wild Bolt, so we can change Wild Bolt. So we could do this. Blocks have a chance to freeze the attacker. So this would make it relatively reliable. Actually, I never tried if you can self-freeze. That'd be funny. Nothing for mobilize. So I have Audacity, which is also not terrible. When there's 5 close enemies, you stun them. But it's only every 20 seconds. So I think we do Northern Guard, actually, just so I can trigger the God Slayer. But normally you don't want it, we go Wild Bolt. Okay, do we still want Indomitable? It's kind of comfy. Okay, save. I think I need to finish the Paragon still, right? So we've done this. New variant. Wait a second. Okay. So of additive damage though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's probably worth keeping that actually if I can. Oh. Oops. It's actually a lot of damage though. For not very many points here. No, just click armor, I guess. Cause why not? How's armor versus res? 329.8. 33.5. Yeah, so much armor, it actually does. Like a res node is actually worth more than double of an armor node. But I guess there is some chance that we get some more multi. 106.9. 106.9, so nothing happened there. 114. 114, yeah, I guess it's like very tough to really make a difference there. It's 85.5. 85, it literally doesn't change actually. So we do this, I guess. Hmm. I'm gonna do this here. And what the fuck is this variant? Okay. How is Druid for season 12? Log out, actually. I mean, pull will be fine, but that's about it, I think. Okay, I need to double check a few things, but I think the shield charge is ready. How is Warlock for a new season? Kinda bad. I think you won't even be able to do pit 1. Or even level 260. It's kinda tough. Can Warlocks even fish? Nah, not even that. Yeah, Warlock is in the expansion, it's not next season, James. I was just updating the Paladin planners and stuff now, and the Spiritborn that I have. Thing of buying Diablo, but don't you have to restart a character each season? Yeah, that's the point of a seasonal game, you know? Every 3 months there's a new season, you start fresh. You can keep your old characters and play them on Eternal, but almost no one does that, you know? That's just not how this genre works, basically. But it doesn't hurt to, like, you know, if you haven't played the game at all, I mean, start now, you know, you can try it out a little bit, get a feel for the game, and then you can do the season on next Wednesday, Walker 33. So you can actually get a few things, like, for example, unlocking the whole, like, world map and stuff like that, when you just play a character now. Would have been worth for a single player. Yeah, exactly. I can do the campaign once. Campaign is kind of nice if you play it the first time. That will take you a while anyway. The room must be available in season 12? Yes. New tier list for season 12 on Maxroll is tomorrow, most likely. Okay, let me just double check this one. Okay, guys, I had an interview, by the way, with Savan when I was at Blizzard Campus in January, so we're gonna watch that now. It's like a half-hour interview about the expansion and stuff, and there's some juicy info. I'm actually gonna take notes on my own interview because I haven't actually watched it yet, so I don't remember everything he said. Ah, wait, I think I need to fix the skill trees still. The Thorns and Thistles stuff, and so on. So this goes, and then we do... Oh, we actually had 1 point already, so that's neat. And I suppose you can do dizzying, let's do that. Anything else you want to do? You have a +3 here from chest armor. Let's do 1 point so it becomes 5 actually. So then it lasts longer. Okay. And then you want to have more points in Defiance Aura. And we have Attribution Size and Thorns. Resolve. Okay, this is fine. Can I get more points here? We can probably take out 2 here, put this. Do I have too much cooldown? No. Yeah, maybe except it's only 4 here. It's fine. Is the push different besides the condemn? It's just condemn instead of rally. Okay, this. Okay. Sync. Ding, ding. I think we don't have any points there, right? So we do this. We do this. What else do we have there? 4 here, 1, 1. Now we have the 3 there right now. We do this. We don't have discipline. Okay, it doesn't work. I don't think there was any change about that. But yeah, it is a core skill, but the retribution does the damage. And I think this doesn't actually carry on. The expansion will be good for 2 weeks again, then you go back to playing D2. Are you sure? Well, this thing already has the 45 built in there, okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, why is this 3 and not 4? There's 1, and then there's 1 more point that goes somewhere. I'm not sure where that went. Okay, we have like different distribution there, that's why. This is fine. Okay. We need this. Probably don't do press the advantage at all, actually. Okay, I think we're done here. Okay. I think this is fine as it is. Exile done. Exile on. Did you talk about fishing in the interview? I don't think you talked about fishing interview, but let's see. Actually, wait, I need to publish the video and then we're gonna watch it. It's on my YouTube as well. So okay. Let's keep this for later here, I guess.
But also the tool.
So here we go. I just published it. So this was with Savin. This is this guy here, if you know him. He's the associate game director for Vessel for Lord of Hatred. So we had like a half-hour interview here. So you have a bunch of topics: design philosophy, inflation, loot filter, Roderick, cube, talisman, echoing hatred, wall plans, game mechanics, SSF, power. Okay, so that's kind of what we are going through here. There were like a few other people that also had interviews, but I have actually not seen any of them yet. But yeah, together with the Warlock embargo, this embargo also lifted, so now we are like, I had this like thing there for like a week now, basically. But yeah, I haven't actually like watched it myself, and it was a while ago, so we're gonna watch it together.
All right, hi everyone. I'm
Hi, everyone.
Wudijo. I'm here at the Blizzard campus, and I have the honor to interview Zavin, who has been working on Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. He's one of the most senior devs on the team. Maybe you can give a short intro of yourself, and then we're gonna dive into like a lot of questions I've prepared for the expansion.
Yeah, my name is Zavin Hartunian, Associate Game Director on Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred. Been working on Diablo a very, very, very long time.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so I want to structure this interview into 4 bigger categories. So we're starting with design philosophies, then the expansion 2 content and game mechanics, and lastly, like community aspects and like social aspects in the game. So this is like the overall structure, and then we're going to have individual questions below that. So let's start. So first topic, design philosophies. So we have definitely noticed there was a shift in, like, for example, how items are designed. We just saw the season 12 patch notes, and the new unique quite different from what we're used to. We've seen like the Paladin come out with the like free skill tree upgrade choices, for example. And we've also seen like a bit of a preview of like what's to come in the expansion. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background on, where are we headed with the expansion? Like, what are you thinking with like the class design, the build design, the build progression, for example?
Yeah. So I think largely when I think about builds overall in Diablo, I know players are always looking to optimize and things like that, but I think our job is primarily to provide as many viable options as possible. And then it's really the community that's going to come in and figure out how to fine tune things. And whatever we do, they're going to find things we didn't think of every single time. So I think whatever we can do to manage this and make sure there's a lot of viable options, that's the best thing for the health of the game. And there's a lot of ways that we can do that. We can do that via the skill tree, right? Having a bunch of options and choices, making sure that there's two cool connections between concepts. So players are like, oh, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, I'm going to make a thing. And you get some ownership over that because you figured something out. And honestly, most of it, I feel like, yeah, we thought about some of these things, we put them in intentionally, but then players always find some connection like, oh, we didn't know you could do that. That's pretty cool. So that's one side of it. And then exactly how the skill tree, which we kind of look at as the core of your character customization, how does that interlock with all the other things? How does it touch Paragon? How does it touch itemization, right? And all these other things. And over time, I think we've just kind of started separating things out to have a more clear identity. I think when Diablo 4 first launched, it was a bit more muddy, right? What is giving me customization? What is giving me progression and power was kind of all over the place. Everything was kind of doing everything a little bit, which I think that just kind of meant not everything was doing stuff in a very coherent, easy to understand way. And so one of the big things that we've been doing is saying like, no, this feature, this system, that's what it's for, right? And so we're going to make the best version of that idea contained here, and we don't have to make compromises and say some other part of the game needs to have a little bit of that, right? As much as we can, we're trying to extricate some of these concepts from each other. It actually just makes it easier for us to balance too, right? So a big example.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in here, I guess.
Skill tree rework. A lot of passive power is just being removed from the tree, right? Why was it there to begin with? It was a good thing, right? We were trying to say like, okay, well, as you level up, you have moments where you get a big power boost and you're not reliant entirely on gear progression. But really what that did was it undermined power progression that you get from your gear, right? Because now it's competing with this free power you get just from leveling up. Well, this is Diablo. We're kind of a gear-focused game. Items should be giving you power, right?
Okay, so is there actually like a shift in like, okay, is there more power now, for example, in the items compared to before? Because they are already very powerful. We look at the legendaries, the uniques that we have, the mythic items. And, a lot of people, for example, also say that this is too much. So,
well, think about like, why is there so much in the first place? Is because it has to compete with the tree, right? You get all this stuff for free. So it actually kind of helps numbers get calm, right? You don't have two sources constantly competing for which one is your primary source of power, or which one, it's got to feel like an upgrade when you actually get an upgrade. But if you're getting so much from the tree or any of the systems that shouldn't be giving you that much power to begin with, then you have to compensate. Items have to give you even more so that it feels like that's where you're actually coming from. So really what it's led to is inflation across the board, right? And it's not just items or skill tree kind of doing this. Honestly, even you look at Renown, it's kind of weirdly, right? It's like the open world collection system was a source of power, right? And the altars of the Lilith and things like that. So it's like, well, what is the value of that being a source of power and creating this sort of power inflation to the player, especially in the case of that where it's like, well, you're never going to do this anymore, right? It's all one-time stuff.
Yeah, you actually touched on like another subject that I wanted to talk about, which is the inflation. We kind of seen this like season after season. You try to like balance the classes, balance the builds, and usually numbers go up because, okay, nerfing is always unfun and people hate it. But also, I feel like sometimes it's necessary to kind of like keep the game in like a more like reasonable state. And we have actually this problem that, for example, when the game came out, we had aspects that give you like 20% extra power or so. But now we have aspects that give you like 200% power, which it kind of like undermines the actual choices that you can make as a player, where like I can put like an offensive or utility power on my glove, but like in 2026, I would never dream about doing a utility power.
Right.
But where like in 2023, when the game was fresh, there was actually a choice to make. So is that something where we are going back to? Like there is actually a reason to think about not just putting the higher number on your gear, for example?
I think it's a twofold thing. I think if you're going to put big numbers on something, and big numbers feel cool, they feel good for players to get, just, oh, I got an upgrade, it's a very clear step up in my power progression and things like that. But if that's the answer the player is bringing to the problem of playing the game, what's the question? Is the game actually asking you to have numbers that need to be that high to begin with? I think a lot of the, it feels like it's too big is when it encroaches on, I'm just getting numbers higher and they're not actually meaningfully changing how I play or what I do. They're not unlocking the potential for me to be able to do something that I otherwise wouldn't do. And I think part of that is what do I do with the numbers? What do I do with the power I get? And right now, where the pit scales far beyond everything else in the game, right? As does the tower. We have all this other rest of the game, all these other activities that don't scale past a certain point. So with Lord of Hatred, we're actually adding torment tiers up to 12. So that 12 is not going to exceed the pit, right? So we're not actually inflating the numbers past the current ceiling. What we're actually doing is saying, hey, all these activities, all this content can be competitive. So you're not just stuck in this one place at the very end of the game. You actually have all these activities you can still do. So it goes basically right up to the edge of that now. So all that power you're getting, you can go and you can be useful with it, right? In places like Infernal Hordes and Helltide and things like that. All of that's going to scale.
That also includes the rewards, I suppose.
Yes, so the rewards are also going to be scaling along the way, we kind of think of it as both a quantity and quality sort of thing. So quantity is kind of a new thing for us. We haven't really had that as a lever because who wants to sort through 7,000 items that drop from Duriel or whatever the hell. But we're adding a loot filter. So we're actually giving some of this agency to the player now. So Lord of Hatred's gonna, everyone's gonna get a loot filter. It's actually not a Lord of Hatred specific feature. But when Lord of Hatred launches, everyone's gonna get a loot filter. And that's gonna be another tool in the player's arsenal to kind of manage their end game and all the itemization and stuff that's gonna be changing.
Can we talk about the loot filter really
We
quick?
talk about it a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so with the loot filter, there might be fears from players that it might be complicated to set it up, or it might take a lot of time, or you start a fresh character, you log in, and you're like, oh man, I have to sit there half an hour now, redefining all the rules. Is that something you have thought about, how you're trying to prevent this, for example, that it's an upgrade to the game experience and not a chore that you actually have to go through? And for example, there might be the risk of, or the fear at least of, okay, now that the loot filter is in the game, we can be more sloppy with our item design and our loot design, where previously the game seemed like it was trying to be okay without a filter.
Yeah.
And now it's okay, we have a filter, so we just throw everything.
So on the first thing, this is Blizzard. Anytime we put anything like that into the game, we're really, I think, a little obsessive with the UX of it to make sure it's an easy to use thing. We're going to have a bunch of options in there for filtering, and we already know outright that players are going to ask for more and ask for different things. They're going to think about use cases we didn't have in our minds when we were making this thing. So we're trying to build this in a very flexible way. We're committed to making it better as time goes on. So, whenever this is out, people are going to play with it. Let us know how we can make it better, right? And we're going to commit to that. In terms of the sloppiness, right? I think that's always been the big fear, right? It's oh, this is just a get out of jail card for designers. I'm going to make bad stuff, and now it's your job to sort through the junk. So I think a big part of this is making sure that, the game has a filter right now. People don't think about it, but when's the last time you saw a blue, right? When's you know what I mean?
I just need to go to the gamble vendor, but
Yeah, well, yeah, sure, okay. But broadly speaking, the game actually has, and dates back to very old. If anyone remembers Loot 2.0 from 1,000 years ago, even from the get-go there, we started filtering some of the stuff you see. You don't usually get lots of drops for what you're not, right? If you're a druid, you're more likely to get druid stuff than rogue stuff or whatever, right? So the game has this as a built-in filtering. We're not ripping all of that out, but we're actually going to be removing some of it in higher levels of play. And the reason for that is we're also adding the Herodric Cube to the game in Lord of Hatred. And what the cube is going to let you do is kind of take an item from a very early stage that's got really good baseline stats and take it to a place. So there is some value to finding those if you want to engage with that. So we're not just saying, oh, garbage drops, right? We're saying, hey, things drop and all of it can be fed into our existing systems if you want. If you don't want that stuff, turn it off. But we're not going to take away the opportunity from players to have that cool, zero to hero sort of thing with the cube.
So you're actually intending to add real crafting Where
Yes.
previously we had like this item modification with like the
Yeah.
NPCs in town, with like blacksmith, tempering, and then enchanting. And we never had like, okay, you take an item and you make it great.
It's still modification in that sense. I actually feel strongly that the best item crafting that we've got, in my opinion, in the action RPG space is the stuff where it's modification, right? It's not like I'm assembling something from scratch. I start with a thing and I take it somewhere, right?
I think
but I can start with a very rough version of that thing, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But is there a way to, for example, take a white item and upgrade it all the way to like the best in slots gear?
We're still talking about the white items in particular, but we've talked about doing that with blues. So blues can do that, right?
Okay.
Yellows obviously can do that, right? So we're talking about doing that, and then obviously extending the life and journey of these things. And some of this also branches out and touches other parts of the itemization as well. Like gems make a appearance in the cube as more advanced gem crafting that you could do as an example. Things like charms and seals are our brand new item layer that we have in Lord of Hatred. Their crafting is entirely driven through the cube. That's the only version of it. You can just do transmutation on those. They don't go through the blacksmith or whatever else.
Okay, that sounds very interesting. And since you're talking about the cube already, so can you give us like a rough rundown on like what are recipes, how many are there? Are you also, for example, planning to like add more recipes as we go, for example? It seems like to me like a system that is like easily expandable and like very modular, where you don't have to like make new NPCs in town and whatever. So it seems like this would be something where you can keep going if you want. Is that something you're actually planning to?
Yeah, actually, so one of the, this is honestly true about every single feature in Lord of Hatred, is a lot of this stuff is we want to make sure we're adding something that we can easily extend and expand upon and take in places where the community says like they need it to go. We want to
this was like 6 weeks
really
ago.
careful to not close doors on a lot of this
So
stuff.
that's before
at least in
the
terms of how the
reveal
backend
trailer
is
and
built,
stuff.
right? So, we've kind of seen this, we talked about this, about the pit actually months ago, where it's like, well, the pit can't really do a bunch of the stuff. We kind of have to build it from scratch to be able to do all these other things, which we have. But for everything else going forward, we're trying to be very mindful about how it is architected and where the design space of it is. And honestly, one of the things that helps is it's very clean, right? The cube is a crafting system. That's what its job is. And so we're going to make it the best version of that we can. It doesn't have to try to do other things. So it doesn't have like Kanai's cube powers. That's not part of this. That's the Diablo 3 cube. The Diablo 2 cube did not have that, and we're aiming squarely at the Diablo 2 version of this idea. So yeah, there will be more recipes. In terms of item modification, you asked like, what can it do, right? So you can modify the affixes on an item. It's pretty easy, right? You can actually take a unique item, just your favorite unique item, and you can put it into that, and out comes that same item as a charm. So yeah, so we're like, how do I? So it actually opens up the itemization layer and creates a connection point between your gear, what we call your paper doll, and your talisman. So now there's this link that you can create with that. And there's a whole bunch of other, small recipes like add affix and things like that to it that you can modify. We're also adding a system called Transfiguration that lets you do something pretty similar to Sanctification on items, but it's got a way more, it's rare to do, right, is the plan. And the types of things it can add are not so intense. It is still a final step, though, so it can do that, too.
Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people will probably be excited to hear that Sanctification is sticking around in some way.
It's close, but again, we modify it. It has to fit into the game long term. So it's not identical.
It needs to be more reasonable.
It's more reasonable, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're looking at ways to try to pull in some of the stuff that worked really well and try to find a home from it, even if it can't work on every item.
Yeah,
slot.
I mean, it also seems like, there's always this talk about, okay, there is like cool seasonal themes. We had the Chaos Armors in Season 10 that was well received. We had the Sanctification in Season 11 that was very well received. And then it just goes away again. But it looks like you are actually trying to pull it into the game again now with at least the Transfiguration, very similar it sounds. But also like, I do get these Chaos Armor vibes a little bit from what you explained with the from the unique into like the charm.
There's a little bit of that.
And a little bit of like the Diablo 3 kind of cube, which people liked, I guess. It seems like it has like some sort of mix of these kind of things.
Honestly, that's exactly right, and that's actually very intentional. Like I said, we're like, the cube is a crafting system. That's what it is. We don't need to put extra stuff there. We know we have the talisman, so we're going to make the talisman really good at this other thing instead.
Can you give us some examples of like what the talisman is also going to do? Like we heard about sets, for example.
Yeah.
What are they looking like? Do you have like anyone on your mind or something?
I got two on my mind right now. Although I'll apologize. I don't remember their internal names right now because we've been going through a naming path. So whatever.
Just give me the effects.
Yeah. So like, you know, they're 2, 3, 5, right? Set bonuses. So your talisman has up to 6 slots in the ring, and then there's 1 slot in the middle. Charms go on the outside, seals go in the middle. So there's actually 2 different item types we're adding. It's not just charms. So charms go on the outer ring, and I can have up to 6 of them. The seal changes the number of slots I have. So you can actually have a seal that says you only have 3 sockets for your charms. So the number of charms is actually variable based on the seal. And the seals actually have additional properties. I'll get into that in a second, right? Charms come in multiple rarities, set charms, everyone knows what those are. So you have 2, 3, 5. And you know, if you've ever played any previous Diablo game, Diablo 2 or Diablo 3, you kind of know how this goes. The more you have, the better it gets, right? And the cooler it gets, and maybe the more connective it can get. So an example of a druid one that we were just playtesting the other day was you get 2 companion bears, which you can't normally do that. So you have this set, you have companion bears now as a druid, right? Mm-hmm. So you just have these additional, if you're trying to make a companion focused build, this is a great set for that because you just de facto get a bear following you around smashing things right now, right? Okay. We have stuff on the rogue as an example where you can have a permanent shadow clone and they just start casting ultimates for you on kind of a metronome timer sort of thing, right? Like if we're gonna play Demon Hunter, you might get some of the vibes from the past, right? But then we have like another good rogue one actually that I was playing is a way to auto cast any marksman basic on your bar, right? So you can actually load up your bar with whatever basics that you want, and then when you have the set bonus and you're playing through, you are randomly shooting anything that gets close. So
are you gonna play God DH again or something?
You can if you want to, I suppose, right?
Okay.
But you know that's like 3, and like every class has a bunch of these, right? Yeah. And there's also some generic ones. So there's some generic sets as well. They don't go to 5, they go to 3, or in some cases they might go to 2, okay. Right? So you get to do mix and matching here. So if I said there's 6 slots. There's a 5-piece set bonus. So it's pretty obvious. Like I'm gonna get a 5-set piece, I'm gonna get a unique item, a unique charm for that last one. There's my 6 items. Well, the seal modifies the sets. So you can get a seal that says, hey, that set gets this additional bonus. And it can have 2 sets on it.
Okay, so there's actually like another layer of
there's
like
another layer,
yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
So not only do the sets modify your character, the seals actually modify the sets, and they always tend to modify more than one. So there is this, if you really want to optimize, you know, the item optimization space is way bigger right now, just with the inclusion of the talisman, right? So if you want, you can get the right seal and the right pieces of more than one set, right? So it's not just like 5 set is the only answer in all cases. With the right seal and the right set combinations, you can potentially optimize and get more out of it than if you just say, hey, I'm going to keep this simple. I'm just going to get 5 of the Ibn Fods and I'm going to put a unique charm in there.
Interesting. All right, so we talked a lot about the design philosophies and the charms now. So I want to have a broader range of topics real quick to go through, and can you just give me some shorter answers, hopefully.
I'll keep them short. I try.
Okay. So X2 content. Echoing Hatred is coming, like this wave survival thing. Can you give us some insight, what it's going to look like? Mm-hmm. Is there some exciting replayability built in? Where does it fit into the progression or the gameplay loop?
So right now we're aiming for this to be a rare drop. So you cannot play this whenever you want. You are playing through the game and you will get a Trace of Echoes as an item drop that'll drop in the world that lets you have access to this. And you play it until you lose. So you have 1 shot to do this. Okay. And it's a very rare item is what we're kind of going for. So it's an exciting moment. Holy shit, I got a Trace of Echoes. I'm going to go get all my stuff, optimize my gear, and I'm going to go do this thing.
And then you get some crazy reward or something?
It's escalating, right? So it's technically infinite waves. So it's I don't know, how far can you go? And then you get rewarded based on that.
Okay. Then the war plans. So there's the big endgame customization feature. Mm-hmm. Are you expecting players will do farming strategies hey, I only want to do hordes, I'm going to make a hordes character, I'm going to play Blood Surge and Necro, and I'm going to sit there all day long and I'll get everything there, or at least I get almost everything there and maybe do minimal amount of other stuff. Is that something that you want people to do? So
it's kind of it's not about saying, hey, don't do anything else and only do this one thing. I actually don't think that's good for the game. We often hear about I'm stuck in jail. right? The one activity of this
this
season
would
is
be
the
an
one thing I'm
opt-in
doing,
though, like,
right?
I want to do this.
This is opt-in, but realistically, I expect everyone to do it because the benefits are just numerous. So on the one side, you have a randomized pairing activity and reward, right? So all activities that you play through war plans give you the stuff they usually do. We don't change the baseline reward, but you always get an additional reward. It means you can have 2 Nightmare Dungeon nodes in your selection, in your options, that give you a different reward. So you can say, well, I really want lots of Obdicite. So I'm gonna pick the nodes that give me lots of Obdicite, and it can be any activity that might be giving you the Obdicite that you're gonna be getting, right, as an example. Or any other crafting materials, including some new ones that'll power the cube as well. So that's one thing. But playing activities through the war plans gives you meta progression to customize those activities further. So we're adding basically customization skill trees for every single activity in the game. So this counts all 7 activities currently live, including the pit, including Undercity, those things. So all of them get an additional skill tree, a distinct one where you get to customize them. And customization here can be anything from everything's harder and I get more, right? It's a very basic thing, to like mechanical changes, like in Helltide, instead of Hellborn, I get Butchers, right? Or inside the pit, when I finish, instead of using my my chances to like upgrade my glyph, I can use it to get loot instead, or I can use it to get currencies instead, right? And just adding more crazy stuff that can happen in places like that. And then in some cases, cross-pollinating, right? So you can have elements of one system appear in another because you spec'd into it. So you can absolutely do things like, I'm gonna juice my pit, right? I'm gonna play pit a lot, I'm gonna pick pit and make sure the rewards are what the thing I want, but then I'm also gonna customize it to do all this other crazy shit.
That sounds very fun. Okay, I'm excited to see this in action. Okay, I want to talk a bit about some game mechanics. If you have any plans of changing those. So attack speed caps, movement speed caps, for example. Is that something on the radar? Is that changing? Is that staying the same? Do you have any insight?
No specific thing to talk about right now. We know caps are there. Some of this is technical, like things can only go so fast before you run. And if anyone's playing Diablo for a long time, I think everyone's seen the black wall that shows up sometimes, right? There's limitations, and that's usually what the speed-based caps are based off. But it's something we're looking at. If we can squeeze extra stuff out of it, then we're happy to do it.
But one topic in particular is, for example, also the tooltips and the information that the player is getting. Like, it's not really clear sometimes, like, you know, if you add attack speed on your character, are you getting a new breakpoint? Is that actually increasing your damage or not? Like, you can actually waste a lot of like item budget on something that doesn't give you anything, for example, and people have no idea about it. Is that something that you want to try to improve, for example?
We want to make that better, especially with, you know, if you think about all the other sources of customization coming in right now. You've got charms, you've got seals, the skill tree's totally redone and everything else. So
it sounds like
it's an ongoing, it's an informational problem, and it's actually really complex even for us, because the number of places you could be getting any of this stuff is pretty massive. Not to mention, I click a shrine. Right now I have a temporary speed buff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another topic, stash. Do you have any big reworks planned for the stash?
No specific reworks to talk about, but we are going to be increasing stash space alongside the expansion. So,
I mean, we got one from the pre-order already. Is there like another expansion coming to the stash?
I think it's just that. I had to count them. I got to count them.
It's 8 now, I think.
I think it's 8. I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so nothing in the near future, at least. No. Okay.
Nothing to talk about right now.
Anything on SSF update? Solar Cell Found?
It's going to happen. It's not going to happen until the tower is in a much better place. We know that still needs some work, but we are going to do it. It's going to happen.
Okay. Another thing is damage over time builds have been almost not a thing at all, ever, in this game, with a few exceptions.
Right.
Is that something that you are aware of? Do you want to change?
You know, I think this is a part of a broader, the skill tree update that we're kind of talking about. It's just trying to tackle, again, like viability of stuff is the thing I was talking about.
At all, ever, in this damage over time builds have been almost not a thing at all, ever, in this game, with a few exceptions.
Right.
Is that something that you are aware of? Do you want to change?
You know, I think this is a part of a broader, the skill tree update that we're kind of talking about. It's just trying to tackle, again, like viability of stuff is the thing I was talking about. This is just more, it's just a piece of that from my perspective, right? Okay. Like ideally, yeah, damage over time skills and builds are functional and they're viable and people can make cool stuff out of it. I will say, if you look at, you know, we just put out the 12 blog, right? We talked about bloodied items and kill streaks. Well, we just had to make sure it's like, okay, damage over time application counts as an extension of the kill streak system. So we're at least trying to keep that kind of stuff in mind.
Okay. Maybe talk about the tower real quick, since you're also like one of the principal developers for the tower. So what are the current plans right now in terms of like, where it's headed? Like, what are your ideas? And also like, what can we expect in terms of like the time frame? Like, how long is this going to be like in beta? When is it going to be out? Or like, what is going to look like in the end?
So I'm not going to talk about dates right now, other than we're not going to pull beta off until we feel really confident in what it is. We've got an internal plan, but that's the internal plan. Let's see how 12 goes. Let's see how everything's just going to move along. And we'll figure it out. I will say that a lot of the updates are being done in the back end and around the tower, right? So we're feeling pretty good about the objectives inside and some of the mechanics inside. We don't think they're done, but we don't think that's the biggest source of problems right now. We're looking at some other things. So as an example, it's a multi-floor dungeon. And that just means every time you're going through the tower and you're trying to skip a floor, even if you're trying to be tactical with it, right? Or just playing through because you ran out of monsters, you get incurred with a loading cost, right? So what can we do about that? Just as a very targeted, very specific thing. And in the process of looking at that, it's like, oh, well, can that just make the entire game better? So we're looking at places where we can make the whole game better and the tower better at the same time. Tower is actually acting as a catalyst to help us go back and look at parts of the game that should be looked at, that should be made better. And so right now the idea is we're just going to be improving kind of everything together over time. Tower will have very specific things coming after it, including rewards, things like that. I think I talked about some of this stuff in a previous interview. That's still the plan. It's just not going to be happening until everything else is stable, right?
But do you also have plans to like make it more replayable, for example? Because we see this right now. The tower came out, and people that played it, okay, they tried it and they pushed a certain tier, and then they kind of get to this brick wall of, okay, this is my limit. And now the leaderboard reset, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna go in with the same build, with the same power, push the same tier. Like, is there gonna be like any point in doing that? Is there gonna be like some dynamic maybe?
So we actually been talking a lot about doing something like that. We have to find the right set of variables to change, right? But it is absolutely something we've talked about where we say, hey, going from cycle to cycle, can we vary this up? Because like you're saying, well, it's like, well, if I already know I can only do tier 100. And then, Monday, the new cycle starts or whatever. It's like, well, I can still only do tier 100, right? So I already know my limit.
It doesn't have to go up, but like at least I want to go in and like, see something else.
Yeah. So the idea right now is if there's something that we can do, and again, I think we have to kind of explore the space a little bit, but what can we do to say that cycle to cycle, the meta shifts inside the tower a little bit, because then it's well, maybe I'm better at that than I was at this, or maybe, oh man, I got to go build my character if I still want to compete. That's one piece of it, right? That's just the content piece. The other piece is absolutely incentives and rewards, right? And we've detailed some of this, but absolutely, we're still thinking about 2 tracks of rewards, one for leaderboard placement and one for just my progression, how well I've done in the tower versus myself. If I beat my own greatest, highest tier that I've done, that I should get something for that, even if I don't place on the tower leaderboards.
So there's like a push against yourself sort of reward.
Absolutely, yeah.
So is that something that you also expect to be like part of the let's say season start journey as you build up a character, and then you have like certain like special tiers, like okay, at 50 you get this, at 60 you get that.
Yeah, actually, absolutely.
Something that helps you like progress further and gives you like a boost or something.
Yeah. So right now the really simplified this. It's like, yeah, if I do tier 1, I finish tier 1 of the tower, I should get something. Hey, I did the tower, right? And then I do a little bit in like little chunks and increments, and then as I go deeper in the tower, those increments get longer, right? It's a bigger push. So we're not looking at itemizing and saying like, oh yeah, tier 97, 98, 99, they all have something. It's like, no, actually maybe it jumps in 10s. So I have this big thing that I get.
Okay. Have you thought about also adding some sort of like, I don't know, I know what to expect from these rewards right now, but I expect it's going to be like some loot, some materials or something.
Some cosmetics too.
Okay. Have you also thought about something like that is closer to like the Diablo 3 system where like, okay, you push the new record and then you upgrade your legendary gems, right? This is the glyphs in Diablo 4, but is there like maybe something similar you could do that is like, okay, I beat this and now I get like a little bit of a power boost from that, for having reached that certain tier. Like this is maybe something that would also really entice people to like, try to like go a little bit higher, make the character a bit stronger. And when you actually get something out of it that feels more like, okay, this is part of my journey. Yeah,
right now we're looking to keep that separate and focus that more in the pit. right? The pit already does some of the stuff you're describing. It's very similar to the sort of legendary gem upgrading with the glyphs and things like that. So right now, that's the direction that we're going with.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here. So that was a really nice interview. Thank you very much, Savin.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Pleasure talking to you. There were like a few more topics, but I guess.
All right, what do you guys think?
It is what it is.
Yeah.
So hope everyone enjoyed it, and yeah, let's see what the expansion will bring. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that was my interview with Savin. I took notes on it actually. I hadn't like watched it before. Like they sent it to me like like a few days ago basically, and yeah, my editor just kind of took it away. So, but yeah, we're kind of just reinventing the pit at the end. The question how the elements to express things like breakpoints. Yeah, it was. Okay, so basically what I had in mind with that question at the end with like the tower was, for example, like I was thinking more about like Torchlight Infinite, where, like for example, after reaching like certain points in your season journey, you get like a permanent upgrade to your loot drops or something like that, and this kind of stuff. So this would also be something, for example, that could be interesting for like reaching a certain step, and then okay, you want to try to push for that, and then you have like something unlocked or so. It could be like a character thing. It could be like like a kind of like meta progression kind of thing. But yeah, either way. I just wanted to know if there's like anything like that where it's like, do people have to do this or not mostly, right? Like if there's only like, okay, you get like a random cache of loot at tower 50 and then again at 60 and at 70 or something, then, some people might just like never go in there. And I mean, that's fine. I guess maybe it's just like optional, right? Maybe tower just remains optional, even if there is a reward attached, and that's okay. So are drops on? Yes, but there are no drops. So unlucky. The drops were only yesterday. I think they're already over it. Frankly, I hope we never have to do a tower. I don't like the rankings. Yeah, I think maybe it's fine to just keep the tower as like a completely optional feature. But I think it is kind of cool that even people that are not like necessarily competitive with it are getting something out of it, right? Like, okay, maybe you don't do much tower, right? But at least you do like 5 tower runs as you progress your character, right? And you do like one at, I don't know, tower 30, one at 50, one at 80, one at 100 or whatever. And then you kind of just like cash in your stuff, right? And I mean, that's also fine, I think. So 12 tournaments sounds oof. He didn't really explain that many things, but I am actually kind of looking forward to it. So there's potential there, I think. Yeah, we were talking about it a lot like the other days as well, right? Okay, how do you scale rewards? How do you like entice people to go higher difficulties? 94 has this like very weird problem that basically no other RPG has, which is that you go into tournament 1 and you have everything, right? Like why is it that, right? Like in no other game you have everything at the lowest difficulty setting, right? So when you have 12 tournaments, you can put a lot of stuff in all of those tournaments if you want, right? So that's kind of the idea, I think. But yeah, in default, there's just like no progression, right? In terms of like which items you get. Yeah. It's like very flat. And then you have like many tournaments, then you can actually make it, imagine right now, like, I don't know. Okay, tournament 1 gives you like, item power 800 loot, right? And then tournament 2, okay, now you can also get GAs. Or I don't know, maybe tournament 2 is like, okay, now you can get double GA items, and then tournament 3 you can get triple GA items, and so on. And then like a tournament 4, now you can find mythics, or something like that, right? And yeah, if you have 12 tournaments, and I mean there's a lot of stuff, then you can actually like, kind of like space it out, right? Like this, basically. So that is kind of like the idea, I guess. I hate how efficiently D4 funnels you into predetermined builds. That's very little randomness with regard to what you have access to. Yeah, I guess it would definitely be more interesting if there was like more randomness in the drops. Like imagine there was like no target crafting of mythics. Or no crafting of mythics at all. And if like not all uniques were in the boss loot tables, right? And some are just world drops or something. Or you know, stuff like that, I guess this would make it maybe more interesting as well. Like I really noticed this when I was playing D2 lately, and then like, okay, I can kind of farm this boss to have like a higher chance to get like a certain unique I'm looking for, but realistically it's still like, you know, some gigantically like a rare item or something, right? And I just kind of like play the game, and at some point something drops, and I'm like, hey, nice. Max percent aspect in Tone 1. Yeah, exactly. That's like the other problem, right? It's like all this stuff. Like you go into Tone 1, you get like, you know, a few ancestrals, you know, okay, now you have like 800 in every slot. And that doesn't improve anymore. Okay, your powers might not be perfect yet, but you know, you have all the uniques you care about, you have all the aspects you care about. Numbers go up a little bit after that. And yeah. What if you found items that were so good that made you change your mind? D2 gearing feels so much more strategic. Yes, it worked for hell. Yeah, I mean, imagine, you know, a Rotting Lightbringer and a Rod of Keperleke and a Vushnak Pa just don't exist in any boss's loot table, right? And you just make them like 20 times more rare than they are now. Or something like that. And you can't just go and get it, right? And then at some point this thing will drop and you're like, hey, I'm gonna play Keperleke now. Oh, hey, I'm gonna play Pulverize now. So yeah, I think this will be more exciting for sure. Two Woodies again. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of like, you know, wait and see, I guess, kind of moment here. But yeah, 12 tournaments is definitely quite a shift, I gotta say. I mean, 12 tournaments, you know, right? Like right now we have 4 tournaments and it goes to like pit 55, right? If you like times 3, this would be 165. Okay. Ja, lecker und by the way. Why did I look away so much? Was someone talking to me doing it? I didn't look away. There was like a cameraman, and he was like kind of keeping a time, and like you know, he gave me like a sign at some point or something like that. So that's why I was looking away sometimes. And sometimes I was trying to look to the camera or something. And sometimes I was looking at my notes. So you know, I kind of just had like my handwritten notes for the interview. You know, that this was like a little bit scuffed, so I was like trying to make it work out. The last 2 seasons of Chaos Islands and Sanctifications at least made part of the game, when just chasing the is more playable. Yeah, I mean, you know, those things actually, you know, it was like relatively simple stuff, right? And it added so much like interesting chase to the gear. The bigger problem was just that there was like nothing to do anything with that gear, right? So there was actually no Torment 5 and Torment 6 and Torment 7 and whatever to go to, right? When you get those chaos items. And when you get the sanctification and you hit the good stuff. And yeah. I thought we were going to like T5 this expansion, what the fuck? At this point I can totally remove D3. Nah, D3 is still a very different game compared to D4. I mean, they are taking a lot of like D3 features, right? Like, you know, the skill upgrade choices here are a little bit like D3 runes, and okay, we have the cube for crafting now, but it's actually a D2 cube, but it's kind of D3 as well, I guess. You have the unique charms that are kind of like the Kanai's cube powers. You have the sets that are, I guess, a little bit like D3 sets, but you know, it's all just still very different, right? And I mean, D4 is just like an extremely more sophisticated game compared to D3. You know, like defeat is like very like flat, right? So what's the max level for a character? 70. Thought Sanctification was going to allow some kind of interesting hybrid build, but most of the critical aspects didn't seem to be in a table. That would have been cool. Yeah, but they did say that, you know, with the skill tree work, they want to make like these sort of hybrid builds potentially more viable and, you know, this kind of stuff, so. Add multi-shot, god, chicken, pony to d4, and you can move d3. Yeah, I mean, if there's no multi-shot in the rogue tree, then I don't know. God is coming, I literally said that. Chicken is coming, that's part of the Warlock. Pony? I'm not sure there's anything like Pony. I mean, you can write Demon as a Warlock, but it doesn't have like the Fist of the Heavens auto bomber vibes. But I guess like the evade builds on Paladin are relatively close to Pony. What chicken? No, please. That's a stupid meme build. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, it might still be a meme build, right? But it's a thing. The Warlock's Fireman thing is literally Pony. I think when people talk about Pony, they talk about Fist of the Heavens, right? And he's just right and everything dies. But yeah, I guess in D4 you have like the Argent Veil builds that are kind of going that direction. And evade or something. I guess what you need is, you need to have a Druid of Cataclysm riding on the Abodian from the Warlock. Press Cataclysm and then ride on the Demon. You need to do that. Maybe you can ride the bear. I go to Cataclysm, ride the bear Druid. How about that? Is it supposed to be the Warlock? This is the Warlock, yeah. Maybe Trample will have a mod like LE where I can perma trample around. I mean, we see some stuff like on Paladin where also on the Warlock. So there's like this vampire skill on the Warlock, and then you can make it like, I think it becomes a core skill as well, and you can like cast it and you leap around with that. And as long as you have resources, you can keep leaping around, right? And like there's like, for example, shield charge on a Paladin where it becomes a core skill and it costs resource instead of having a cooldown. And then you like hold it and you channel. And yeah, I mean, maybe you can do something like that as well with like Druid. This is recorded right now. Druid riding bear with poison creeper spawning around you. I would play that. His answer on doppels left me feeling like this is something I haven't really had on the radar at all. Yeah, maybe it's also just like not his domain. Like I know Zavin, he works a lot on like the tower and like, you know, all of the like, I don't know, map systems basically and this kind of stuff basically. So I know like I think he coded like the entire like new like, you know, map generation for the tower and stuff like that. And he said that, you know, this is gonna then go into the pit and like other features and so on. So I guess he's not really like such a build balance guy necessarily. Don't like the Miss of Warlock. The weird plastic and the colors. I don't know. I think they have like pretty interesting designs, the minions. I hope the sentries are OP. Let's go. Yeah, the set bonus where he said like that you have a permanent shadow clown and it casts ultimates. You're gonna do like double death trap or you're gonna do like double rain of arrows. That sounds kind of interesting. What if you cast another shadow clone? You have double shadow clone? I mean, it sounds like some pretty wild shit. You think Warlock can achieve having many strong builds like Paladin in Season 10? There was no Paladin in Season 10. But I think Warlock will have many strong builds. Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of like a similar variety of builds. Right, if you look at what we have on Maxroll right now. Let's say just here maybe. Paladin, how much do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And it's only the stuff we put up on Maxroll, right? So technically there's still more. Like there's the spear proc build that I can think of right now that we don't have. Do we have Heaven's Fury? Yeah, Heaven's Fury. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about like 15 to 20 builds here, basically, that are like all decently viable, basically, and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna see at least the same variety on a Warlock. I've already been like noting down like build concepts, ideas, and stuff like that, and there's like a lot of stuff. Does the tier list for Season 12 change a lot? I mean, Paladin is generally going down a bit. And I think bombs might be like more affected than others from the sanctification dropping out and stuff like that. And I don't know, some other things. What was it? The Heaven's Fury weapon rolling like 2/3 of the normal stats? Yeah, maybe they fixed that. I know they changed some brands' unique effects, so maybe they also fixed the stats now. But will it be S tier and OP like Paladin was? Absolutely, I think. I want to make Twisting Blades great again. Dude, I want to get Twisting Blades upgrade where it says like returning blades deal like triple damage or something like that. But they don't spin around you. I want that. I heard we're having Starpact and Common Meteor. I miss my D3 Wizard. Yep. Thoughts on Dario Visage changes? I'll make a video about it. But TLDR, there might be some slight potential to make some niche builds of Andariel. It's not like a universally good item, but you know, you can make a build for it, I guess. I'm just not sure how good that build will be. I don't... Yeah. Thank you. Okay, good news. We just watched an interview with Zaven.
One you uploaded.
Yeah. We just finished it.
I'm gonna watch.
A better Meteor Whiz. Dude, imagine you can play Meteor Whiz and you can actually press Meteor and you don't have to wait like 3 seconds every time. That would be great. Like, fuck that Starfall Coronal, man. By the way, here. Hi, Maxley. You're concerned about the 12 torment levels. I always feel like torments are banned for larger issues. I don't think the 12 torments are a problem at all. I think they can actually be very useful. What are you concerned about exactly, Maxley? What do you think are the larger issues? Some dot build options for Warlock. Yeah, actually, one of the skills I'm using here right now, which is, you see this, it's called Hellion Sting, this one. You're lashing out with this. So this has a modifier that I'm not currently using, actually. In fact, I forgot to put any of the side upgrades. But it has a thing called Eviscerate, which is like some giga bleed you can put on a target. And you can trigger this a lot with this ability. So that's a thing. Actually, I think there's like not really anything with burn or something, which is kind of weird, I guess. Maybe there will be like aspects or uniques or something that allow you to burn enemies. Like all of the fire damage seems to be just like kind of like instant damage. I guess there's some kind of pseudo dot, like the umbral chains or something. You know, it kind of does damage over a duration. Riker says the wizard is 20% HP hit and then a bleed. Yeah, no, what it does is it kind of like basically Eviscerate pulls out 20% of the existing bleed on a target. It's like, you know, like a mini rupture from Barb. And then applies a new bleed. Basically. No hide for D4 Exile Doom. That's kind of funny, man. Yeah, we'll see. We had 20 levels in D3 with normal to D16. We only played like 2-3 of them. It was like level T1, T4, T11, T16 with most builds. Yeah, but what if you don't skip torments, Maxroll? And what if you actually get new stuff in each torment? This build looks fun. Yeah, this fire umbral chain is kind of cool. I definitely want to like build around this a little bit. I can have a Doom code up about a chainsaw. And they made like these swords that look kind of cool. You can't bind demons with Warlock like you can in D2. You have predefined demons. Nichts mit Bekehren. Were there always capes in a game? No, this is like just part of the transmog. This is like a Warlock thing. Hardest thing to do in D4 is swing your actual weapon. What do you mean? Did he say they were keeping certain gear behind torments? I thought he just said more stuff. He didn't say that. But what I'm saying is, what if? You know, like, you know, what, if you think about what is the reason why they had 12 torments, you know, I'm pretty sure they thought about that people will have D3 PTSD, right? Like they know that people don't like the 16 torment system in Diablo 3 and everyone thinks it's stupid. So now you have to think about, okay, why are they still adding 12 torments, right? What is the point? And I think the point is to make D4 an actual ARPG. You know, in every other RPG, you go up in difficulty and you get better stuff. And you get, you know, new stuff. And in Diablo 4, this is not the case. But when you have 12 torments, I think that is, you know, that is what you would do. What if we don't get anything, just bonus XP? And then it's gonna be quite a fail for sure. But you want the game to be harder and more endgame, but then complain about more torments. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. I mean, that's the other thing that, you know, right now, a jump between Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4, and so on, it's always like roughly times 10. So Torment 4 is 1,000 times harder than Torment 1. Like, you know, you can make these jumps like way, way smaller and actually like, you know, much less of like a brick wall when you have 12 torments. how PoE does hardness without torments. No, they have like a relatively similar system. It's just that, okay, it doesn't scale as much. But in PoE, you have map tiers, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 16, you know? It's like the same thing. It's really not much of a difference between like map tiers and PoE and torments. You know, you just progress through the tiers, you get more stuff, you get better stuff, you find, you know, new items, you go next tier, and you go next tier, and so on. Do the waypoints not reset anymore? No, you have all waypoints now. Always. Besides the strongholds. Strongholds are still something to unlock. I don't want to relock every time you get a new item. I mean, in D4 you don't relock, right? It just takes you like 10 seconds. You just go into the statue. Yeah, we have some screenshots of the cube, right? In terms of the crafting and so on. And there were like some recipes that we saw, basically. Where do I have those? Actually, let me find them. Must have them saved somewhere. Okay, here's like the wall plans. So he was also talking about, like, you know, he talked about some stuff that we have later seen in this reveal trailer. So this was like, you know, in February, and the interview was in January. This is like end of January. So he was talking about, okay, that, you know, this is like the trailer here with like, okay, this is what the wall plans look like. So you see here, there's Pit, there's Helltide, bosses, Undercity, and here it's like the trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's talking about these 7 major systems that all get a tree. And he was talking about the cross-pollination as well, right? So here's an example. So this is the lair boss tree. And then it says, okay, Amalgam of Rage can ambush you during a boss fight with a Nightmare Dungeon. And then killing Amalgam of Rage can drop unique items associated with Astaroth, which currently doesn't actually have a unique table. Okay, cleanse the pit, and then he was talking about the randomized pairing of, you know, activity and reward. This is this, I guess. Grand amount of jewelry spoils, and then you get activity experience. So, anchoring hatred. Torment 5. Tier reach 15. Skill trees. Talisman. Cube. So here's the recipes, that's what I wanted to get at. So yeah. Amalgamation. I'm not sure if they showed this. 3 to 1. Okay, pretty simple. Recycle uniques. Upgrade to legendary, upgrade to unique. So I guess it's like relatively similar to like Kana's Cube, basically, like, you know, upgrade rare into legendary, basically, kind of deal. Reroll set charm, craft unique charm. So that's what he talked about. Transfigure item, this is sanctification. There's add affix, chaotic reroll. We don't see the rest there. But I think they showed us here actually, like 1, 2, 3, add affix. And there's also like some currencies here. You can probably influence it. Loot filter. Random screenshots. Okay, yeah, so there you go. Sanctify stays in the game. No. It's getting taken out for season 12 and then it's coming back as Transfiguration in season 13. But it's gonna be a bit different from Sanctification. But he said it's gonna have like a similar like philosophy, like it's like the final step or something. Do we still have the great mythic farm with Undercity in the new season? No. We don't really know where the mythics will come from in season 12, I guess. I could imagine that they probably like really boosted the mythic drop rates on like the T5 content. If I can never do Undercity, I will be happy. I'll be Helltide, 9 Management, Pit Farmer. Yeah, so these again. More plans. I think they were here to start. Yeah, so you basically choose, okay, you have like, you know, there's Helltide or Lair Boss or Pit into Helltide, into Lair Boss, Helltide, Lair Boss. And then like from here you have, okay, there's Undercity, Undercity, Undercity. There's also a button here, new plan. So you can reroll this, I guess. Yeah. So also there's ranks to improve rewards. So it's gonna be like kind of like semi-random and semi-determined, like, you know, what you want to do basically. So if you really don't want to do like one or two of these things, I guess you can kind of just try to avoid them every single time, reroll the thing. But yeah, I guess you probably want to focus on like a few different things that, you know, that you want to do, right? I mean, there's 7 options. So if you pick like 2 or 3 of them, I guess you kind of just gonna farm those. You get a better outcome for more plants. Yeah, with the wall plants, it says you get like the activity XP, so this gives you like the 3 points basically. And this is there for juicing. And also like the wall plants themselves, like the thing on the left is like the wall plant, and on the right is like the trees. And on the left, like there's also like these random extra rewards. So sometimes there's like, you know, special rewards, I guess, that entice you to do a certain thing that you normally don't want to do. I think Equinitimus will be rare than Mythics. He said super rare. I don't know. Like, I don't know like, how rare Mythics will be and so on, right? I mean, it sounds like Equinitimus needs to be something that you don't do more than once every few hours at most, you know? Like that thing needs to drop like once every 5 to 10 hours or so, I would say. This should be kind of like the range. Hey, Sophie. Yeah, we're gonna get Torment 12, actually. There's no greater challenge, just customized reward. No, it is... Like, juicing implies challenge and reward. And this is also like what we saw in like one of these examples there. So there was like, okay, like the Amalgam of Rage can now ambush you in like a Nightmare Dungeon boss fight. So suddenly you have 2 bosses and one of them is like the Astra Dog, you know? So that is obviously a higher challenge. And then that thing drops like Aster of loot, basically. Prepare for a lot of crying posts on Reddit about how rare the Echoing Nightmare is. I mean, people will only cry about it if there is something you can only get there that you don't get elsewhere, but it doesn't sound like it has exclusive rewards. It just sounds like it's like good, you know? But yeah, just in terms of like the, you know, the gameplay of Echoing Nightmares, it will be very repetitive, I imagine. You know, if I look at, oh, sorry, Echoing Hatred, right? Like I'm saying Echoing Nightmares because that's basically what it is. It's Echoing Nightmares from Diablo 3. And, you know, it's fine to do this a few times, but, you know, then it becomes extremely repetitive very fast. So it needs to be extremely rare just for that reason alone, you know, so that we just don't get bored from it. So far, I prefer D2 Warlock. Nah, I mean, like a lot of the stuff on D2 Warlock is here though. Just like Bind Demon is like the big thing missing, I suppose. I guess we don't have like the Fire Wave, but I mean, the Blazing Screen is relatively close. We have the Chains. We have the Apocalypse, although here's like a long cooldown ultimate. Actually, not necessarily. You can cast Apocalypse relatively often if you want. Like, you can definitely cast Apocalypse every few seconds. D4. The four Warlocks have to hold the weapons in their hand. Unfortunate. Yeah, they're not weaklings like the Diablo 2 Warlocks, you know? They just hold the hit. Which one has the best clear speed? I mean, the thing that I'm playing right now is probably one of the best clearing abilities that the Warlock has. The Blazing Scream. But, I mean, it's hard to say really, right? We don't really know what endgame builds look like. But yeah, this thing here, I mean, this has very good coverage. You just shoot it and it goes, and it even bounces off the walls and goes into other corners. I guess for like, you know, actual like speed builds in late game or something, you're gonna just be like rampage jumping around as much as you can. Like the nether step is okay as a movement tool, but it's not really like a teleport or a jump. You know, I think the jump is better. Like the lava coming up from the ground. And that's probably a couple apocalypse that I mean, like to be the big circle. More tornadoes is a bad idea, it's just going to fragment the community even more. What does that mean, like fragment the community? Like, what is the problem right now? Everyone is farming Torn 4. Is there like anyone not doing that, basically, after like the first like few dozen hours at most or something? The nether step does look cool though with the ult on you. When it like pulls it along. The 4 Warlock can use two-handed swords, axes, and maces though. If this. Do you know people who can't get into Tournament 4 and casually play? Yeah, I mean, that's fine, you know, that's definitely expected. There's like, you know, super casual people that don't even like, you know how to make a build, they don't look at a guide, they just like, you know, have fun blasting on, you know, their charge bolt Sorg or some shit on Torment 2, and, you know, this is what they enjoy, and it's all good, right? If they don't have any aspirations of getting to the highest difficulty, then so be it. So I don't see how more torments would impact that in any way, you know. If the people already don't care about 4 torments, then they also won't care about 12 torments, I think. So yeah, and if anything, you know, okay, hey, there's 12 torments now, and now I can actually climb higher, you know. And, you know, like a current, yeah, maybe like a current Torment 2 character would be like a Torment 6 character in the future or something like that. More Torment levels and difficulties close that off to casual gamers who won't ever get there. Yeah, but that's the thing, you know, it doesn't matter if they never get there. It doesn't matter that casual players never see a mythic in their life. It doesn't matter that they never finish their glyphs. You know, if they want to, they can keep playing and do it, right? But if they don't even have that goal, then what's there to argue about, you know? If no one complains about that, then what's the problem? So I don't really see, like, you know, why there would be like a downside now to like add like more difficulty and like more progression and more stuff to do. You know, the people that are stuck in Torment 2 right now already have everything they need, you know? And the people that actually play the game a lot and, you know, like more seriously, they actually get something to do and they have, you know, like a better game to play. It's just an upgrade, you know. I don't see how this can be a downside. It's time, that's the only real barrier it hinders those who want to get there. Just more time grinding. Nah, that's not true. You know, like in RPGs, it's not just about time, it's also about efficiency, you know, which is correlated to time, I guess. But, you know, like a lot of people just don't try to do well, right? That's another thing, I guess. And I mean, okay, like, you know, what is like the expectation here? Like, you already have a lot of stuff to do. Like, if you are stuck somewhere in Torment 2, you have a lot of stuff to do to still kind of keep going. And you just kind of keep going as long as you can, as far as you can. Like, I don't know. Like, I play other games and I don't finish them, you know. I play Torchlight Infinite. I leveled my character to 95. I, you know, maybe unlock time mark 8, but I certainly don't farm it. And, you know, that's fine, you know, I don't finish it, you know, I don't go, like, from time mark 8, there's still, like, another, like, a times 100 difficulty jump or something in, like, into profound and deep space. It's like a 1,000 even, and I don't do that, you know, and I'm fine, I'm happy, you know, it's okay, you know, it's like the same thing as, okay, going from, like, Torment 1 to Torment 4 in D4. And I don't see any problem with that. I just don't do it. But if I want to, you know, if I feel like, hey, I want to play a Torchlight season for like 100 hours next time, well, then I'll do it, you know? I'll just go all the way. But if you don't even give people the option to have something to do, then, you know, why are you making this game in the first place? Right? How do you feel about D4 versus games like PoE that make you play the campaign again? I like the PoE model more. Like, especially in PoE 2, I think the campaign is very nice. Like, there's like this kind of weird thing in Diablo 4 where, you know, playing a build while leveling is actually kind of nice. But what you do while leveling is kind of boring. Like the actual content. Because, you know, you can't really get anything for it, and you know, like for like endgame or anything relevant or anything like that. It's like, okay, you're gonna farm health out a bunch and then whatever. And he's kind of going around like aimlessly. Like at least like the campaign gives you like a clear objective, you know, there's like, you know, there's like a certain thing you can like try to get better and faster at it. And you know, I see all the bosses again, which is kind of cool, and you know, all this kind of stuff. So I kind of like the PoE system more, I gotta say, for like a season start. Yeah, there's no key passes, Ronnie. You would love to be able to play through the campaign on T4. I guess technically there is nothing really stopping you from starting campaign and then just like playing your character, but not actually doing the campaign, and then wait until in T4. I mean, there will be like a few things that are like not there, I guess. Like I think whispers in like some zones and stuff like that, but a new game plus type of thing. Yeah, the thing is that, okay, like playing the campaign many times in PoE is fine. You know, it's designed for that purpose. In D4, it's not designed for that purpose. In D4, it's designed to be played once and that's it. You know, there's like 1,000 cutscenes and, you know, all this kind of stuff. It's like completely, like, not replayable, right? Like in PoE, you just blast through the campaign and you're done. So it's like just a way better like flow, basically, when you do it again. I think PvP would be interesting if we had some preset builds and balance them. So I actually had to ask the opponent. Yeah, but I mean, it would be cool to have balanced PvP in D4. But this is like a ridiculous effort to achieve for nearly no payoff, right? So in terms of like, you know, how much does this improve the game versus how much effort do you have to put in? This is like the worst case scenario, you know, to try to make a good PvP system in an ARPG. So and I guess, you know, there's like a small kind of PvP community, and yeah, maybe they have like their own like kind of rules and whatever. I mean, the thing is that Diablo 4 has the advantage they have this like this PvP zone buff thing that the can use to like kind of fine tune things a little bit, and they would just have to like do a few tweaks on that, and that would already help a lot with PvP. Like for example, give like a massive reduction to fawns would be useful. Maybe remove the dot bonus. And a few things like that. Like that, you know, fawns in PvP is kind of stupid, I guess. So how many torment tiers will be in season 13? 12. On this target of SSF, D4 is already effectively SSF. What's the benefit of trading? The benefit of trading is you can shortcut your item progression by hundreds of hours and then beat everyone else on leaderboard. Just 1 minute. Okay. They are Legion. And someone was asking earlier about, can you make minion builds on the Warlock? And the answer is definitely yes. You can definitely make like a full summoner and have like, 20 guys or something. You can see this right now actually. Like this is like the number 2 here, this pink skill. This is Agrom, which is this Legion Shark Demon. Where is he? Gonna try to show him. Here, it's this guy on the bottom. With the like blade claws. And he spawns these like little crawlers. You see them here. I think 8 of them. So it's just kind of like a passive thing. There's a bunch more stuff you can summon. And it's also like kind of pseudo minions, like the skull here, for example, that you see. This one here coming from the right. It's not exactly a minion, but it actually does have the greater demon tag. So it's technically a minion, but I don't think it's like labeled as summon. But you kind of like move it around and stuff. Did you get my super chat? Oh, wait. Oh, it actually did not show for me in my... sorry about that, yeah. I see it now. Yeah, thanks so much, Tort. Alright, let me see this. Thank you for the great contributions to the community. Enjoy the informal chat you had with Rob on stream. Interesting and different perspective, but a shared passion for the game. Would love to see more of that. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe like, doing something similar again with what I did like in season 11 with like the multiple streamers, like, for those that weren't here, when season 11 launched, I think for like 2 weeks or something like that, I was like doing these like one-to-one hangouts basically with other streamers. And we were just talking about all kinds of stuff, more game related or not, with everyone. It was kind of cool. Maybe gonna do something like a podcast, or maybe gonna do something like that again. The blast cast I call it, with streamers when the season launches. But now I'm just kind of like chilling and cooking and whatever, but yeah. Blast cast, yeah. Yeah, I just noticed towards the super chat is actually not showing. I have like this thing here, which is like I see like here's my YouTube and here's my Twitch chat, so I see both. Like the guys that always say I don't read YouTube chat, that's wrong. I see it. So, but it doesn't show the super chat for some reason. That's something I need to keep in mind. But either way, I appreciate it so much. Actually, I see it. Okay, that it was here's like the activity feed. The super chat is here actually. He's like my subs and so on. So it was there, but it was not in my chat, and I had the right part. I didn't see this because there was something else. So unfortunate. But yeah, anyway, glass casts for the season start. Yeah, I might do this again. You're dying and feeling so long for this expansion, you just want to play Warlock. Yeah, Warlock is gonna be hilarious, man. Like, look at this shit. It is kind of cool, man. I think I'm gonna do a bit more like season 12 cooking now though. So there's like still a few planners I need to do, I believe. Let's see, I think we did shield charge, right? That was done. Save. Okay. Here's Shield of Evolution, that's done. Brandish, we have to do that one. Not 100% sure where Brandish will land. But this is like actually a candidate for Arcadia, I think. Funny enough, we don't even have Rally on the bar. But they might put Arcadia anyway, instead of Indomitable. Moonrise, Hectic. Yeah, so Hectic, Fortress. That's gonna be kind of chill actually, I guess. Ascension. Yeah, okay, so it has like the full package here anyway, because they get the cyber skill. I'm expecting Paladin and War to be busted on expansion launch. I mean, Paladin is really good as it is right now. I wouldn't expect a lot of like big changes for the Paladin because Paladin clearly has like a new design already. You know, they're not gonna like completely revamp the class like the others. So I guess Paladin will remain really good. And Warlock might be like a little step up from there, I guess. Because it's new. Is Maxroll tier list update this weekend? Yeah, tomorrow most likely. You saw the buffs to Rogue Paragon, anything that stands out? No, it's just like, okay, everything on Rogue's a bit better, basically. It might have some very slight, you know, unequal, like, you know, scaling or so across the builds, but every Rogue build is just a bit better now, basically. Where do we have Rogue? Yeah, I mean, this is very minor stuff, right? And, like, you know, most builds has just like one or two of these things or something, and that's it. Warlock is not in Season 12. A rail on the metro station under my apartment melted earlier today, causing a stop in the whole metro system in the city. What do you mean it melted? You want to throw the shield next season? Boy, do I have good news for you. First of all, good news. I updated the planner already. Second of all, this is actually the strongest build next season. Like in pushing, it's gonna be kind of insane. I'm gonna update the Maxroll guide as well soon, but yeah, this is very soon. It would be nice to play Nez and Ice without the trap shenanigans. Yeah, it sounds like you have to wait for God DH in the expansion. Monka said about. What do you think about barbarians in bleeding season 12? The bleeding? You mean like just like season 12? Or like what do you mean? Like, I mean, barbs will be good. Barbs are kind of strong. Okay, guys, I need to update the brandish build, so let's do this. Right, we don't need sanctified copy. Okay, starter. Ancestral. Mythic. Ah, wait, we had Ancestral there. Okay, starter, Ancestral, Mythic, push. Okay, simple. Alright, let's go. So I think there's gonna be like a remove preacher angle again, most likely. We have 93%. Wait. We have 126%. So it's an 82 multi. Which other build was I doing here earlier? This one. So I think I might take the same board. Castle, Relentless, Endure, Shield Bearer. This might be like the same thing. Spirit, Apostle, Canny, Resplendence. Here's Honed. But I think Apostle is not bad. When you have Apostle. Here's Kenny. Which is actually the same. We can actually take this board as well as... I'm gonna take this board and put it on Brandish. I think that's the way. Preacher is not gonna be it. Okay, let's copy them over. Okay, and the only other thing is we're gonna change Honed to Canny. It's this int, this is int. So it's the same thing. Honed is 446 and then 14.2 and then it has like basically nothing on secondary. And here we have 230, 10. I guess we should check. We get a 15 multi there. But how much additive do we actually have? The additive difference is 230. It's like 210 difference. We do Kenny. Let's just put Kenny. It's kinda close though, I guess. And besides that, I think I'm just going to do all the same stuff, to be honest. I think the one thing we might have to do here is put 5 on guard. And then if you don't have this, block chance 100, 20, 45, 65, 100. Yeah, it's exactly 100. So we need a 5 here, basically. To be the fastest Rouge build next season was speed farming, getting T5 done. Yeah, Death Trap is the way. But you need like a pretty good setup if you want to do T5 bosses and stuff. For Death Trap, you can't stagger them and so on, so you need like a really good damage. High Master X1, Y2, Z3. Alright, let's sync the Paragons. Okay, anything else we changed here actually? Yeah, I have to figure out what to do with the pants. So the thing is there's 7 ranks to brandish, so I don't really want to remove the pants. But what else can I put there actually? There's only Arcadia. But yeah, 7 ranks to brandish. How many ranks do we have? 20. So this is this. So 7 ranks to brandish is 31, 32% damage. Arcadia is usually close to 30. So there's not really an upside. But I can temper something else. Aegis cooldown. Armor and Arbiter form. Omega Lol. Resolve generated. Maybe something like Fana potency. I don't know, dude. We don't have Preacher anymore. We actually need like a lot of attack speed now. Like a lot of attack speed if I do this, to be honest. Our duration. We don't have tattoo. Aura cooldown. I don't know, maybe it's just going to double on guard anyway. There's also the basic attack speed here, I just realized. I kind of forgot about that part. Maybe we don't want to change the Paragons, we keep Preacher actually. Because it was not included here. But as far as I know, this basic attack speed does work when you use a skill that has it basically. So in that case you could do Fanaticism or Potency. Get to like 30 something. And then you have 40 something. This is like, we have like 80% on cap 2 actually. Let's say this like 175 maybe. That's 113. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do actually. We do this. 30% from Fana. Can you put more points in there? Let's amp this up a bit. You can also do this here. I can try to squeeze out a bit more damage and stuff. We also need a renewal actually. Oops, wait a minute. That's the life guide. So we do this here. Now Fana is 32%. And if you get lucky and you get something like this, actually you should do this anyway, I just realized. This should be a GA, not this. 56% and 32%, so we have 88%. Yeah, okay, so Preacher definitely is worth it. We keep Preacher. We're gonna do this again after all. We should probably have enough cooldown. 74.2. Yeah, okay, das ist more than fine. We also don't need the Fortis cooldown in that case. Okay, I think we're good. Oh. I wonder if I should put Lynn's Anvil on like their Thorns builds. +2 maximum resolve is kind of big. We have 5. Wait. Maximum resolve stacks. So we have 5 maximum resolve stacks, 4 maximum resolve stacks. That's 9. We have 8 baseline. 17 stacks. And we get 6 every time we press this. We have 1 minimum. So if we cast it 3 times in 5 seconds, we get 18. There's 16 to fill, so if I have 2 more on the aspect, that will actually give me exactly how much I have. Oh, how much damage is this? %, almost 11. And we lose basically almost CC immunity and a lot of defense. So it's actually... It has 5% damage reduction there, okay. But Glint's Anvil is actually not necessarily that good. Unless you really want to like squeeze out the last bits. Toughness is already not that crazy though for the push version. How I feel about Torrent 12 tiers. 12 Torrent tiers, see a lot of people in the videos comments being really negative. Yeah, let them be negative. It's gonna be fine. I think. And Davia Rogue can return. Ah, well, you better tank up on some copium before Wednesday. But maybe. What class is the most builds with multiple buttons, like combos or at least 2 buttons? They do not like classes with only 1 button to press. Huh. Barb, I guess. Or maybe rogues. I think after 1 season of AFK, Paladin go back to evade Spiritborn anyway. What's the state of Oradin in Season 12? Really good. I actually recorded my guide earlier. It's gonna be live later today. Oradin is still like top tier. But you have to not be full AFK anymore. You have to like press your auras now and stuff. 90% of the people who comment this don't even own the game. Probably, actually. Do we have rogue planners? I'm not planning to make any rogue planners. I'll just wait for Ava's Death Trap planner and then to play that, I guess. I'm planning to do some Death Trap later in the season, I guess. I played a bit on the PTR, it was kind of nice. I've played like 3 seasons now of Heartseeker, I don't want to do another Heartseeker. And there's not really much else. Maybe I'll cook a little bit on Darials. Maybe that's gonna be a thing. You took 3 days off work for this, you're looking forward to it? Mm-hmm. A question about unique charm with cube. Looks similar to D3's canal cube. Can you just have 1 unique charm? Or can you have like 6? That didn't say that. But he did give an example of you can have like a set of 5 and then like 1 unique charm, for example. And I suppose there's gonna be options to have multiple unique charms. What changed about Andarios? They made it not like its own damage proc anymore, but it's like a damage echo mechanic, basically. So you don't just like try to trigger as much lucky hit as you can, but also you wanna have high damage on your actual skill. Hey Monkas. Sets you heard, but it could have 6 unique charms, it seems OP. Oh, we know very little about this whole talisman system. We don't know how strong the sets are, we don't know how strong the unique charms are, how many you can have, which items you can put there. So you know, chaos items, for example, in season 10. It sounds a bit like the chaos items, but with more like flexibility, I guess. But you know, the chaos items in season 10, there was just like a very small list of items that you could actually do, right? So Andariel Din. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Paladin has like no lucky hit on any of their skills, man. Like you can't do Andariel with that. So I was watching some interview earlier. Anything good? Well, I watched my own interview, which I had like 6 weeks ago or something when I was there in the US, and we published it now. So I think there will be a pinnacle boss at the end of the war plans. Or do you think it will get bigger as you progress? Yeah, so the war plans, there's like 10 ranks of progression that probably influences like the war plans itself. And then there's like a tree that you also progress individually for each activity. So in terms of like a pinnacle boss at the end, I mean we're expecting like an Uber Mephisto or some shit, right? It's just like Uber Lilith. But that is probably enough. That has nothing to do with the war plans, I guess, right? It's just gonna be like some boss, probably. Like, you know, you do the campaign and then, okay, Mephisto, and then there's gonna be like an Uber Mephisto. But yeah, I mean, there is stuff like there's like one note that I highlighted on the reveal, which was that you can get Astarov's dog in like a Nightmare Dungeon boss. He can just randomly appear, and then you have 2 bosses, and then this Astarov dog can drop Astarov loot and stuff like that. So God forbid another RPG does have different map tiers that are more or less a similar system. Yeah, it's kind of funny how everyone is complaining, oh my god, 12 torments. But then, I mean, you know, map tiers and torment tiers is like not really different. Just, you know, there's like actually stuff with like, you know, item progression and okay, like, you know, bosses at the end of the progression and so on, right? I think they are different if you compare to PoE. Yeah, in PoE, that's like the main difference, that there is new stuff to unlock in higher tiers, right? But besides that, there's not really that much of a difference. Like, you get stronger, you go higher difficulty, you get stronger, you go higher difficulty, you get stronger, you go higher difficulty. But then, you know, there is actually something to find there, which is like the main difference. You tend to have an actual reason to complete all the maps in each tier. I mean, that's PoE 1. Like in last Epoch, for example, in PoE 2, for example, there's no reason at all to do like, you know, a lot of maps on a certain difficulty or something like that. You can go straight to the end if you want. If you're that powerful. You go straight to the highest difficulty and, you know, do everything there. And honestly, the way that PoE 1 is played, like at least like the speed runner, like the meta basically, right? They also don't complete all the maps on like the lower difficulties, right? They just go straight to 316. Up, kill Eater, kill Exarch, boom, done, right? And then you worry about the rest later. So most people aren't rushing 2 stones. Yeah, but I mean, that is the correct way, right? Basically. There's an actual economy in PoE 1, you can specialize diff farming or crafting. Yeah. I mean, you will be able to specialize in D4 now as well, right, with the war plans. And okay, Zavin said in an interview you're not supposed to just farm one thing only and that's it. But, you know, I guess you'll pick like your favorites and then just like farm like your favorite like 2-3 things, pretty much. What's the reason with 12 tiers not an actual juicing system? We are getting juicing. We will wonder if you see a similar outcome as PoE 2, where people farm super juice T7, for example. I mean, okay, there's like one thing, right, where it's just that there are faster and slower builds in this game, right? Like, you look at Evade Spiritborn. Evade Spiritborn is just like ridiculously fast, and it's like, you know, okay, like, how could it not be, right? And then you look at, I don't know, Necromancer, and like anything on Necromancer, basically, right? Like, I don't know, Bone Spear. You have to like bone prison the guys, corpse tangles them in, position yourself, create a corpse, and then shoot. And, you know, that is obviously going to be like 3 times slower compared to like a fucking Evade Spiritborn, right? But if you now have 12 Torments, and the Evade Spiritborn farms on Torment 8, and the Bone Spear Necro farms on Torment 12, you know, suddenly there's a reason to play a Bone Spear Necro, right? Where previously there was just no reason because the only metric that mattered was speed. You know, but if you have like a way too low ceiling of difficulty, then the only thing that you will ever care about is speed. But if you actually have like, you know, difficulties where some builds just can't even go to, at least, you know, not in an efficient way, then you can actually distinguish builds in that way, and you can play slow builds and not feel bad about playing them. They pull the entire dungeon and take them all at once. Yeah, I mean, this is not really what you do. Anyway. War plans, multiplying loot by the same amount in T4 versus T12. Well, I guess there's like some sort of like loot modifier per torment or something. And I don't know, maybe some stuff is like fixed, maybe some stuff is scaling, I don't know. We've been playing too much WoW, so you want to do it for the lulz. I remember back in the day when you put like 2 or 3 elites at once in like a dungeon, and then you CC'd 1 or 2 of them. Those were the days. Now you pull half the dungeon and tank it. Yeah, I really like classic WoW, to be fair. Maybe that's even more multipliers on top of already going up in tiers. It makes it even worse, and the speed farm builds never will see the day of farming T7 juice maps. Like we were talking. I mean, guys, we're making like a lot of assumptions here. Like, who says that like Torment 7 is as hard as Torment 7 would be now? You know, right now there's like no build in the game that can do Torment 7 if it existed, right? But if they're adding 12 Torments, then obviously this is like, you know, there's like a different balance behind it, right? There's like different scaling. Build power is going to be different, and so on. So maybe we will do Torment 12, or maybe Torment 12 is just something that no one does, you know? Maybe there is no build that does Torment 12. If you look at the live game, you know, Torment 12 would be like Pit 165. You know, like it doesn't exist even. So you know, maybe the highest we can go to is like Torment 8 anyway, you know? What main side does the Warlock have? It's willpower. Yeah, I think what they need to do though is, since like the Torment unlocks are tied to pit tiers, they need to like force players to not have a bad time by reducing the pit timer. Like they need to lower the pit timer to like maybe 8 minutes or 6 minutes or something like that. Like if someone is like doing a 15-minute pit and he unlocks like Torment 10, he's like, hell yeah, let's go. And then you walk into Torment 10 and it's like literally the same difficulty. You know, you're gonna get obliterated. So you need to like prevent people from doing that mistake. You need to like lower the pit timer. It should be like 6 minutes maybe. Like 6 minutes is already like on the slow side of like how you play Diablo 4. But at least, you know, like, you know, it's like not too far off, I guess. How did like pushing improve though? Pushing, I mean, the idea that I talked about at the desk was to make like a Mythic Plus style system for the tower, where every 2 weeks you get like, you know, some like, you know, there's like 5 categories of randomized affixes. Each category has like 10 different things, and they just kind of randomize. I think that could be kind of cool. But I think tower also needs to be a bit faster. I think tower is like, it's 10 minutes right now. I think tower should maybe be like 8 minutes. And pitch should be like 6 minutes, I would say. So I think that would be better. They're putting in monsters with a resource draining affix. I heard surprisingly few comments about this, but I got a partner Discord there were people complaining like already, oh my god, what? That's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the affix, so, you know, we don't know what it does. So I'm not really worried right now. Like as long as I don't make it like Diablo 2 Ghosts, where they like one tap insta full drain all of your resources, and it's okay, I guess. Maybe it's even like an environmental effects, right? Maybe it's like a thing you dodge and you don't even get any resource drain, so then it will be fine. What is my prediction for the OP build on Warlock? Yes. Yeah, like the game is definitely getting a lot more complicated, I would say. Both in like how you make a character and also like, you know, what you do and how you do it. You know, like there's definitely like expectation that, okay, they're not just doing 12 torments that are like the same as the, you know, the current 4 torments, but there's like something that goes beyond what is currently torment 4, right? So that's kind of the whole point, right? So you will have to actually make like a more min-max character. You will have to grind more. You'll have to make a better setup and so on. And then you have to, like, obviously the gameplay itself is changing, right? You have to then actually build around combos and, you know, not just like face roll, one-shot everything and so on. You have to fight with the monsters. But also, like, you know, like the whole skill tree itself, you know, just looking at the Warlock skill tree, like there's so much like interconnectedness and so many different ways to solve different problems that you have to think about. Then you have the wall plans, you can, like, you know, do all kinds of shenanigans there with you know, customizing how the gameplay itself looks, like what the content looks like and so on. So this is like a, you know, gigantic shift from where we are right now, basically, where we have none of that, right? The skill trees are very bland. Customization of features doesn't exist. Like difficulty doesn't exist, and so on. So it's like everything at once now, you know? It's gonna be insane. I love my spin to win. I think it's okay that spin to win builds exist. And you have face roll. I think it's fine to have like face roll kind of builds. I think it's not fine that those builds are like the best builds, but I think it's fine that they're, you know, at least very good or something like that, you know? Like I really wouldn't mind if there's just a giga buff Whirlwind Barb and, you know, Whirlwind Barb is now actually a thing without earthquakes, you know? Like a real whirlwind or something like that. You know, spin to win, like Gaudy Age is coming. You know, I don't mind if that is a good build. I don't mind that evade is good, but I think it's the problem that evade is the best. You know, evade is just the best. And it should not be the best. So if I'm spending 30 minutes in a tier, then it shouldn't exist. Yeah, it would definitely be nice if, like, basically there's like no way to skip a torment tier. And if, like, you know, there's like something to get in each torment tier. So, you know, oh, now, okay, I made it to torment 5, and now, you know, now I can find Rod of Kapeleke or something, right? And hey, I made it to torment 8, now I can find mythics. And then you farm and you get a mythic at some point, and then you go to torment 9, right? Or something like that. So this will be ideal, I guess. What evade are we talking about? I'm talking about evade Spiritborn. Like the evade build, basically. Like Evade Spiritborn, you know, since it came out in Season 6, it has been like, you know, basically hovering around top 1 or top 2 or maybe top 3 of like, you know, all the builds in the game every single season. So Evade Spiritborn is just like, you know, it's nice. But in some seasons, actually, like, it happened to be like the best pushing build even. Kind of. If people are buying MTX for other people to see, they're fools. I don't know. I don't think this is much different from like reality, you know? People buy clothes to look fancy. Those people are also fools. Okay, fair enough. You wear trash bags, you can get 100 for 20 bucks. Nice. Okay, thanks for the info, Wonkas. Sorg has its build problem for sure. Many builds have problems, and there's crackling. That isn't just by far the most powerful, but also the tankiest, fastest, and lowest cooldown. Yeah, Sorg really has it the worst of build diversity right now. I guess it's kind of like, okay, they made a crackle thing, and they just said, fuck it. You know, expansion is in 2 seasons. You know, let them play that for now, and then we're gonna fix it, right? So this is kind of like what's happening, I guess. Like, it makes sense that they're not like putting a lot of effort into like trying to fix bills and whatever, like, you know, on the live server right now, when the expansion is like literally just around the corner. Killed gang. Who's wearing a kilt, guys? Alright, do you have any more updates to make right now? I did Brandish earlier. Also, I have a meeting in 9 minutes, and then we have the Maxroll meeting in half an hour, so actually not much I can do there. This sort of happens, it's maybe something I should check out. I think this is actually a no preacher angle, because you probably don't even have enough attack speed. Technically we do, but practically we don't want to do this. Let's do this real quick, I guess. Don't even need a sanctified copy, actually. Oh, actually I forgot to do like the season 12 stuff, yeah. Let's do this before I forget on the Brandish. And then the other one doesn't exist yet. Unlucky. Okay. Let's do this. I think we take this Paragon layout, but we have to change the glyphs. Says Castle, Canny, Relentless, Spirit, Preacher, Honed, Shieldbearer, Exploit. Okay. So this can't be here. This is fine. We have Judicator on the starter. We don't have Resplendence at all, actually. Is that real? Actually, I have to think about this a little bit. Because here I used Ready, yeah. I guess we can try to go like double life on hit or something. No, actually we can't, because there's no fucking spots for life on hit. Oh my god. Like everything's fucking unique rings. Unless I don't go Starless. And actually that might make sense. We don't go Starless, I think. Then you don't have to worry about this. We don't care about the attack speed very much. You have a lot of skill ranks anyway. Yeah, I think that's kind of the way actually. And then we can do double life on hit. We don't need this. We don't need that. How's the cooldown? Okay, how's the crit chance? It's alright. Okay, I think I have to finish this later. Because I have a meeting. There's actually a bit more I have to do on this guy. Guys, hope you enjoyed the stream today. I'll be back tomorrow again. It's a bit short today, but we have the Maxroll meetings and stuff, so I have work to do. How did a shadow lock feel? It's like my favorite archetype, I'd say. You have a feeling at Season 12 will like new builds, you'll play the same. Well, playing the same is a choice. There are many builds. Let's see, I've played like 20 builds last season. Yo, last minute sub from True. Thanks so much, by the way. Was it potentially more squishy? That's a roguelike one. I mean, here, like, it's very hard to say anything about like toughness and so on this Warlock. Like, you know, we have like level 40 and stuff. I mean, Warlock doesn't really seem to have like a lot of very defensive options. There's like a few things, like the Nether Step, the Torch of Rage, and a bunch of stuff. The Demon Form Transformation and give you extra life and so on. But, yeah. Let's wait someone here. I know who to rate, guys. This is not my usual time. Gonna rate a PoE guy. PoE Andy. How about Darth microtransaction? Enjoy, guys. Warlock has a potential Nix Barb support. There's not really anything that says it's like supportive on this class, I think. But I'd have to look into that. Anyway, have a good one, guys. Enjoy some PoE, I guess.